think we're good to go. Yes. All right, I call this meeting back to order. Next up, we have the Harris Street Apartment Special Use Permit, first of two readings.
It's gotten changed.
I'll trust the attorney. Madam Mayor, members of council, this is a special use permit for property located at 1221, 1223, and 1225 Harris Street. Property zoned industrial corridor. The request before you tonight is additional residential density for a total density on the entire site of up to 43 dwelling units per acre, an additional height of 2 stories. The industrial corridor limits properties to a maximum of 21 dwelling units per acre as a matter of right, and a maximum of 4 stories as a matter of right, but does allow for people to seek up to 64 units per acre by special use permit. That's not the request in front of you tonight. It's only up to 43, and additional height of 2 stories. The Planning Commission heard this at their meeting on February 11th, and they recommended approval with no changes to the staff recommendation. I don't have any other comments, but I do know that the applicant is present and would like the opportunity to address council.
Okay. That's fine.
Any questions?
We'll wait until we hear from them.
Good evening, Council. Chris Virgilio from Wood Properties. Keep this brief, just have a couple underlying notes about the project, and then also want to talk about the affordable housing requirement. One, these will not be luxury apartments. Our goal is to build an economical building, keep rents in the range, an economical range, and the additional density and height will help us do this. Also, additional density at McIntyre Plaza will help support almost 100 small and locally owned businesses. They call McIntyre Plaza home. I feel like that's a substantial benefit of the added density that we're requesting with the SUP. As far as affordable housing, we did sit down with Mr. John Sales to talk about the requirements and things we could do to possibly exceed those requirements, do more than what was required. The project calculations are such that the gross floor area of the building is less than the total site area. That yields a floor area ratio of less than 1, which would mean the project's technically not required to provide any doesn't have an affordable housing requirement. However, we know there's a need in the community. We'd like to commit 5 units on site at the project for 15 years. Also in our conversation with Mr. Sales, we became aware that there are nearly 50 to 60 people that have vouchers that can't find an apartment. So we'd like to hold an additional 5 units at the building for those people that have vouchers. And I would like to add Woodard Properties as a company outside of this project does own and manage. I don't know the exact figure, it's around 75 dedicated affordable housing units, and we do accept housing choice vouchers at any of our properties. So, just one, I guess it's one request. If you were considering approval of the special use permit, there's a height restriction in the resolution that would restrict the height of the building to 510 square feet above sea level. That is 10 feet less than the 520 feet that's allowable in the zoning ordinance. We would ask that you would consider increasing that to the 500 and giving us the extra 10 feet, not to add additional square footage to the building or an additional floor, but to give us the flexibility during the design if we had some things that pushed us over that 510 feet above sea level. We wouldn't have to come back for an amendment. So that's it. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. So you said 5 units, 15 years, affordable, and what AMI?
It'd be 80%.
At 80%. And could you explain a little bit more the gross floor area of the building versus the site plan area?
Yes, ma'am. So there's a rather large spreadsheet that the city uses to calculate if your building qualifies, and then if it does qualify, what the affordable housing contribution would be, whether it's units or cash contribution. The first step of that spreadsheet runs a calculation if you take the total floor area of your building. So if you have 5 levels that are, for just an example, 10 square feet of floor, you'd have 50 square feet of gross floor area on your building. That doesn't include parking garage structures under the building. So our total gross floor area of our building is less than the total area, square footage area of our project site. So that usually that's referenced in acres, site acres, and you can convert that to square feet to compare it to the building gross floor area. So our building gross floor area is less, which would mean that's your floor area ratio. And if it's less than 1, the spreadsheet stops essentially, and you're not triggered into calculating. You don't trigger the affordable housing requirement, so you don't proceed into the next section of the spreadsheet, which would calculate your contribution. Does that help?
And it's kept during planning commission. That's largely because there is another structure on a part of the property that this is considered part of. Is that kind of why it's unique?
Yeah, I can chime in a little bit. The reference to floor area ratio is straight out of the Act of Assembly that gave us that authority. So that's what the General Assembly drafted up for us. The reason I had the applicant, I asked the applicant to talk to the housing coordinator and kind of come up with a firmer number is partly because the parcel with the Habitat store on it is included. So that area of the site gets much larger, where the numbers I may have quoted at the Planning Commission were probably including the parking garages, which apparently are not included. So that drops the size of the building down, and that's the reason why they would have slipped below 1.0 FAR, because of how they're doing it. I would note the statement from the applicant tonight exceeds what you would normally get if the Habitat parcel were out of this project. I think you can calculate it either way, but I think what they've presented tonight would exceed what they would have been required to do in that situation, because once again, it's the portion of the building over 1.0 FAR, and this building is on a very kind of difficult site. There's a lot of area that's not being built on.
And both of these things that have been offered are new tonight.
They are new tonight. I would ask that if you want to accept those, then the city attorney can certainly weigh in on that.
And I think, depending on the council and your preference, we might ask if the applicant would be amenable to making those a condition to the special use permit. The 5 units at 80% AMI for 15, and then the 5 voucher units.
Yeah, we're prepared to commit to that.
Okay.
Yep.
And when you're looking at 5 units for the affordable units, what size are we looking at? Are we looking at 1-bedroom units, multi-bedroom units?
So the building itself is not fully designed yet.
Okay.
So what I'm saying could vary some, but right now we're targeting a mix of about 75% 1-bedrooms, 25% 2-bedrooms, and the affordable dwelling units inside that building would be representative of that ratio.
And so it's 105 units, is that with the SUP?
Yes, ma'am, that's the goal. We might come in a few units under that, but that's the goal.
And what could you do without the SUP?
I think 21 units an acre, which I think
It's 21
yields
an
yields
acre.
around 50 units.
So you would be able to do 50 units without the SUP?
Correct.
And additionally, so 5 units for affordable for 15 years at 80% AMI, and then 5 units that you would be taking vouchers on.
Correct, we would hold 5
Okay.
additional units.
But-
vouchers.
The rents, so would the rents be within voucher guidelines for the units? Because voucher rents are usually, I mean, this is just to
Right,
clarify for
sure.
myself. Usually the rent is too high for, just because you can take a voucher,
Understand.
There's
Sometimes
such
there's
a-
gap there. Yep.
there's hundreds of dollars of a gap usually.
Understand, yeah, we don't have the units priced yet, so it's hard to
Okay.
say. We'll say this building will be closer to matching what the voucher would pay than a lot of other buildings in Charlotte.
So what do you all expect the rents to be for the 1 and 2 bedrooms?
I'm really not comfortable saying right now without more information on the project and design. But I think they're not, like I said, they're not gonna be luxury apartments. They're probably in the price point below what we're leasing some of the newer buildings at McIntyre Circle for, which I think are in the range of $1,200 to $1,300 for a 1 bedroom and a little bit more than that for a 2 bedroom, so. Again, we don't have an exact price point yet, but it'd be somewhere, trying to keep it below that. As a rough idea.
So you all haven't run the numbers to know what the price range could potentially be? 'Cause
It's hard to do that without knowing more about the site and the subsurface conditions, and what we can build on the site. So there's a lot of moving parts, and we won't have that nailed down for quite a while.
Well, and there was a request for possibly an additional 10 feet of height as well. Is that something that the Planning Commission discussed at all or was presented with, or something that city staff has seen or been able to provide input or perspective on?
And another question just along with that, so with the additional height, would you be able to do more affordable housing, the 10 feet? Or would you be able to do more than 105 units? And I still have some questions around this 105, but.
Sure.
I can chime in about that. The 510 line comes from the applicant's materials, so there was some concern from staff about how much the height of this building would, be a concern of the Planning Commission. That was one way. I suggested condition as a potential way to kind of lock in what was shown in the applicant's package. I think the Planning Commission did not really mention any concerns about the height. There was more concern, I think, or there really wasn't a whole lot of concerns raised at all other than traffic access in and around the site, which is addressed by a condition for a traffic study. I would point out the limit is 6 stories. 6 stories is how we measure height in this zone, where what the applicant has said is that the height of that 6 stories would be 60 feet. The code allows a 6-story building to be up to 70 feet in height, but you do not gain additional square footage in the building by doing that. Once you hit your 6 stories, once you hit your ceiling height, you're done. It just basically says you can't do 6 20-foot Florida ceiling height stories and get a 120-foot tall building. So no additional square footage gained by doing it. I don't know if you
So just since it was presented, the affordable housing conversation by you, I would just add that, to receive, 50 to 55 additional units, I believe that the number of units could be higher that you would propose to us, and that the AMI could be in a lower range than the 80%. And the number of years could be longer than the 15. The 5 units for you know, with accepting vouchers, there could be more. And I would be interested, not having anything necessarily to do with this project, but if you all have looked at how many rentals are supported by vouchers in your other communities, and if the rate that you all have assessed is limiting that at all, to make sure that this proposal would work that you're presenting here today. Okay. So,
Well, I'll just say this has come up before, and I'm sure it will come up a lot in council, and I guess my way of looking at this project is considering what will happen by right versus what will happen through the SUP process. You know, I don't think this project will contribute much to the need for, you know, affordable housing at the deepest level, 0 to 50% of AMI or 0 to 30% of AMI. But for myself, you know, I'm trying to think through as a city and as a community, what are the relevant sites of struggle and relevant policy mechanisms to produce that goal that is our most important goal, I think, of affordable housing at 0 to 30% of AMI. And on that question, I feel like our vote on this SUP is almost irrelevant to that question, because not in every case, but in this case, I don't think the SUP process usually relates to that goal of 0 to 30% of AMI. The relevant policy struggle that we have to fight for is investment in public housing redevelopment, investment in the CAF, investments in community land trusts, investment in free development of Friendship Court. And those are the relevant policy mechanisms, along with state and federal investment in affordable housing, that produce that goal. And I just look at it, you know, if we say no to this, we're saying a site the developer is going to build no matter what is going to be 50 larger, more expensive units versus 100 more affordable units. Granted, they're not getting us that deepest affordable housing need, but we've had a lot of conversation in the community about the need to look at the legacies of R1 zoning, what larger density means, and I think this is what it means. So if the conversations we've had as a community were serious about what looking at R1 zoning and density means, that means projects like this. And if the community wants to reevaluate what that means because of that, then that's a conversation we need to continue to have as a community. But I just see the relative benefit of what will happen by right 50 units versus the SUP 100 units on a site that a developer is going to build no matter what, as matching that community conversation around zoning and the need for greater density as our population grows.
One question I had, do I understand this? I mean, I don't remember there having been any discussion of affordable units at the Planning Commission. Is that correct? Okay. That there was, and is this suggestion of 5 units on site for affordability for 15 years, Mr. Blair, is that in essence a proffer?
Well,
Because that triggers other procedures.
Well, no, since this is a special use permit, we would make it a condition of the permit that council's imposing.
Okay.
But it's not a proffer, since there's not a rezoning component.
Okay, I thought an SUP was regarded as a rezoning.
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
and just 2 comments to Councilor Payne. So you're talking about an area of the city that the developer is saying himself is not where they would not build luxury apartments at. You are still talking about 80% of AMI at $70,000. And then how many individuals are earning that. And I don't think we should be approving any development, because that's what has landed us in the crisis that we're in now, where people were building and they were not considering AMIs below market rate. So again, I've heard your argument now, the past two meetings, about what they would build by right, but you have seen consistently, if you've been paying attention, that developers are still coming to the table, attempting to propose new solutions versus just building by right, because again, if you could build potentially double the number of units, they are bringing that forward for a reason to begin with. Without having these conversations, none of the conversations that we've had over the past 2 years would have happened, because they have been allowed to get these SUPs in the past without taking those conversations seriously.
Well, and again, I think this is a conversation as a council and a community will continue to come up. And I mean, I absolutely agree with the point that, in these projects, you're going to get maybe a couple affordable units, again, at 80% of AMI, which is not our most important need, and they're going to be temporarily affordable. And I just think that remains the reality whether the SUP is approved or not. And I do think, it definitely varies project by project, whether a developer would proceed or not. But I do think we've seen a number of projects where developers have decided to just go ahead and do what they can by right, which is either a single family, not in this case, but often a single family home, fewer units, or in a lot of cases by right office space or hotels, where they don't need the SUP process. And so I think whether we vote yes or no, it's not going to change the reality of having a broken affordable housing system that's not producing what we need, and it's not going to change the dynamics of gentrification, displacement, and to accomplish that, I think the more important policy levers are, again, investment in public housing redevelopment, Friendship Court, the CAF, having a housing strategy. Through the SUP process, I think we've, over 10 years through the SUP process, we've produced 2 affordable units. There's a couple more ready to get online, but we've produced 2 over 10 years. It's just not a policy tool that's going to accomplish what we need to. And again, if the conversation around needing greater density and looking at R1 zoning is where we want to go as a community, it means approving projects like this.
I agree with that perspective. I also feel that this location, it could continue to be industrial and not afford us any living
Well, and by
spaces.
right, they can build 50 units, and
Yeah.
we can't stop that.
All right, any further questions?
I would just like you to consider as you're going forward that, so the HUD Section 8 guidelines, it's $854 is the rent for a 1-bedroom apartment. And just if you qualify for Section 8, you really usually cannot. And $1,082 for a 2-bedroom. If you qualify for Section 8, it's really difficult to go above that. So just as you're developing this, if you could please keep that in mind, I would appreciate it.
So you said we have 2 readings on this?
Right. So if I could ask the council, I know that the applicant has agreed to have the 2 offers, one concerning the 5 units at 85% AMI for 15 years, as well as the 5 units that will accept housing choice vouchers. We'll write those in as conditions for the SUP at your next council meeting. But the applicant did also request to go from 510 feet above sea level to 520, so
Was it 510 to 510? I don't know.
510 to
Oh, okay.
520.
You can just strike that condition
Yeah.
if you want. You don't
Okay.
need to edit it.
And the
Okay.
planning commission,
They didn't really speak on it one way or another. It wasn't, their major concern was traffic and the intersections nearby.
And as I recall, a traffic study was agreed to.
It's one of the conditions
Right.
for you tonight.
Do you, might be something it's hard to answer, but do you have any thoughts on it? Do you think are there any potential adverse impacts or anything from that additional height in that area?
The traffic engineer, when
Wait, you're talking about height?
Looking-
I'm talking about height.
Oh, the height?
That,
Oh,
that
the
additional
height?
10 feet.
Not really. I mean, I was just merely, in the past, we've memorialized conditions or things that the applicant has put in their package, partly because there's a concern for, councils in the past have seen items come before them at the council hearing, and then what actually gets built looks very different than that. And so we've tried to address that in some of our past conditions. So this is kind of an attempt at that. It's an area, by going to the by right height, they're already exceeding the height of just about every building on that corridor. So this does set a very different character for that section. I will point out that there are 4-story buildings down the hill from it that have been built by this applicant. So there is kind of a node developing there, and I don't know that whether it's 510 or 520 above sea level is going to change much. It'll be a big building for that corridor.
I don't remember discussion at the planning commission stage that really suggested that folks were terribly concerned about that 510 versus 520.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. So we move it as the consent?
At the next meeting.
If there's enough of us interested in consent agenda?
I don't support it.
Okay.
All right. And I would just ask council members to go back and look at previous comments around development where there was at least a push to fight for more affordable housing, longer terms, and to request that. And I didn't hear a lot of that. And
Well,
so-
again, over 10 years, it's gotten 2 units.
So again, you could request it because you didn't, and you could see if they would even bring back to the next meeting a discussion around it. It's a attempt to get them to do something other than what they brought to the table. Okay. So next, and if you don't ask, you definitely won't get it. Barracks and Emmett intersection improvements as related to the proposed Barracks and Emmett Street intersection improvement smart scale project. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Kyle Kling, Transportation Project Manager with the Department of Public Works and the city's project manager for this project. Back in 2018, the city was awarded $8.6 million in VDOT Smart Scale funds for improvements at the Barrack and Emmett intersection, as well as the Barracks corridor extending from the intersection up to Hilltop Road. The scope of those improvements include functional improvements to all phases at the intersection, as well as bicycle and pedestrian improvements along the Barracks Road portion of the job. Last summer, the city began working with Timmons Design Group on the public outreach phase for this project. Over the past 6 or 7 months, we've been involved in a pretty detailed public outreach phase, which has eventually led us to our development of the preferred conceptual design, which we'll be going over tonight. Back at the February 11th Planning Commission meeting, the concept was presented to Planning Commission for compliance with the city's comprehensive plan and approved. We're before you tonight to just seek approval of Planning Commission's recommendation on that. Now I'll hand it over to our consultant, Brian Copeland with Timmons Group, to go over a brief presentation, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions you guys may have related to this.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm excited to be able to share this this presentation with you. Hopefully by the end of it, you'll see that I think this project will have great value, add great value to the Barracks Road corridor. I'm going to generally go over the project scope and schedule, look at the public engagement process we've been through at this point, present the preferred concept, and look at, lastly, Planning Commission's recommendations. The purpose of the project is to improve the operational performance of the Barracks Emmett intersection while also providing important bike, pedestrian, and transit facilities for the neighborhood. The general project limits include the Barracks-Emmett intersection extending east to Buckingham Road. The Smart Scale project included a new northbound right turn lane on Emmett Street, an additional westbound left turn lane on Barracks Road, which will allow for concurrent left turn movements on Barracks, a significant improvement to the traffic signal work, as well as improved pedestrian controls in the intersection, widening the existing medians to provide acceptable pedestrian refuge in the intersection, upgrades to the bike pedestrian facilities on Barracks Road, as well as a new cat shelter on Barracks Road. Through most of last year, we've been collecting data, prepared a traffic analysis, engaged with the public significantly, and we're now in the 30% preliminary design stage. Later on this year, we'll be entering into the more detailed engineering design pieces of it, as well as hold a design public hearing, and after which we'll be back here to present the minutes from that. We'll engage in final design summer 2021, start right-of-way acquisition process, relocating utilities, and then hopefully start construction in 2023, which generally lies with the programming of funds. To kind of go through the public involvement process, back in July 23rd of last year, we met with those individuals who lived on the project corridor, met with them, talked about the general project, try to hear what feedback they had, some concerns that they had. The things that we heard significantly were impacts to trees, and that's a resounding theme through the entire process, as well as safety. A couple days later, we held our first steering committee meeting, where we reviewed some of the corridor challenges, some of the constraints, issues that have been experienced on Barracks Road. Again, went through the scope and some of the results of the traffic study. We looked at structuring some project survey questions to see what questions we wanted to ask the public to try to gain as much information as we could, and then lastly open it up for general discussion on the project and some of the concerns there. Some of the key takeaways we had from that were protect neighborhood character, make sure you're improving congestion and reducing speeds, as well as providing a safer biking and walking experience. Following that steering committee meeting, we held our first public workshop where we presented 3 intersection options and 2 bike pedestrian options. The 3 intersection options range from doing what we can within the existing limits of the existing edge of pavement and curb lines, while avoiding impacts to offsite properties, ranging all the way from widening the pavement on the outside, introducing more retaining walls, more impacts, but more queue length for approaching the intersection. We also looked at 4 bike ped options up Barracks Road, including introduction of a dedicated bike lane, a protected bike lane, a shared use path with a buffer strip, as well as a shared use path with no buffer strip. We opened the survey, we left it open for 2 weeks, and this infographic here generally shows some of the key takeaways from that survey. We had 90 respondents, 90% of which live in the area or commute through the area. 60% of the respondents preferred an intersection improvement option that had the least amount of impact to existing off-site properties and slopes and trees. We found that improving pedestrian safety was the #1 ranked priority of all respondents. 66% of those preferred the shared use path option versus the in-road bike facility options. 50% of those that preferred the shared use path liked the buffer strip, and 50% of them generally did not. The respondents generally preferred closing or restricting access to the Meadowbrook Road intersection, and restricting access to right-in, right-out access only, mostly to improve safety at that intersection that is a close distance to Emmett Street. As part of the steering committee meeting, one of the questions we structured was, if it were made safer, would you bike on Barracks Road? And what we found was that 53% of the respondents said that they would bike on Barracks Road. They also preferred on the far right-hand lane, the right turn lane on Barracks Road, instead of making it a through right, keeping it a dedicated right so people aren't stuck behind cars that are trying to take a right. After the second steering committee meeting where we presented those findings, there was general agreement with some of the findings and some of the things that we plan to implement, with the exception of whether we include a buffer strip or not. At that meeting, we also shared what the staff's recommendation for a preferred concept would be. That's pictured here in both plan and cross-section. The intersection, we believe this option, it significantly improves the operations of the intersection. Overall, provides a safer bike and pedestrian environment. One of the things we heard was slow speed, slow the cars down. So one of the things we're going to do is relocate the curb line, reduce the lane widths to try to slow cars down. We're going to propose to implement a 10-foot shared use path with a reduced buffer strip. We feel like that's a good compromise between the 4 to 6 foot recommended in the streets that work planned, and go to a minimum of 3 feet to still get some of the benefits of that with minimizing impacts to the trees and minimizing the wall heights. And through that, and I think I'll show you later some architectural treatments to the walls that we think we can use to make it look nice. So today, here's a picture of Barracks Road looking downhill. And here's what we think it could look like when it's done. In terms of architectural treatments, we can use a stone facade, brick facade, or a stamped concrete facade. These details have not been worked out yet. These are some things that we plan to work through in the engineering process, again with the steering committee. Looking more closely at the intersection itself, as I mentioned, the northbound right turn lane on Emmett Street, also adding the concurrent dual lefts. Today it's a through left. It's a left, a through left, and a through right. So we're going to add an additional lane for concurrent dual left turns, which we think will significantly improve operations, getting cars through the Barracks Road intersection. Realigning the crosswalks with improved pedestrian refuge islands. Improving the traffic signal and pedestrian controls most specifically, and improved ADA ramps through the intersection. On February 11th, we met with Planning Commission, and they recommended approval in their concurrence with compliance with the comprehensive plan. As part of the public hearing portion of that, some of the key takeaways from that hearing were making sure that we're improving pedestrian and bicycle safety, making that the top priority, which I think we've done with this project. Taking steps to slow traffic, which is part of the purpose of realigning the curb to try to encourage cars going slower through there, and creating a design that seeks to minimize the impacts to trees and retaining wall heights. The relocation of the curb also accomplishes that, and as well as making efforts to extend the project, and particularly bike ped improvements down to Rugby Road. That's not currently part of the project. It's out of the scope of this one, but we did hear that as something they would like to have happen. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If you go back 2 slides to the intersection,
Mm-hmm.
so we've got 2 lefts and a right straight.
Which direction?
This way, 29 north.
Okay.
I mean, currently that's a 2-lane right there.
It's a single lane, heading eastbound on Barracks.
Mm-hmm.
There's a single lane headed eastbound, and there's 3 westbound lanes today at the intersection.
Oh, wait a second, I think I've flipped.
Yes, this is
I'm flipped. Yeah,
Right.
sorry,
This is 29, up and down.
Yeah, 29's up and down.
never mind. I was just thinking that was an intense bottleneck, but
Right.
Considering that I thought this was that, yes.
We are relocating the existing median that's there to try to maximize all the pavement that we have available to us between each of the existing curb lines through there.
Well, I want to be clear. I mean, I think this is kind of a no-brainer since, as a city, we're also spending $0 on it. But I do think there are. I think some of the questions about tree canopy. You do want to preserve as much tree canopy as possible, and I know there are multiple options presented on how to do that. Sort of just in an overview, what are some of the strategies to try and, as much as possible, not reduce the tree canopy in this corridor?
Right, so the most important thing is just the introduction of a retaining wall. Typically on projects like this, VDOT funded, typical highway VDOT projects, you would have a slope, and that would obviously take out all the trees. So the most obvious implementation that we're doing is introduction of the walls, which we think we can make look nice and still kind of create that neighborhood feel. Also, as I mentioned, the eastbound lane, the existing lane width out there today varies between 11 to 12, all the way up to 15, 16 feet wide. So we're going to repurpose a lot of that asphalt, move the curb line in, which serves two purposes. One, it reduces the height of the wall. It minimizes the impact of the tree canopy while also making vehicles feel less comfortable going through the corridor and hopefully slowing them down, which was another thing that we continue to hear.
There was one citizen who spoke during the meeting that talked about the properties on she said, south side, losing land as a result of so how much?
Right
okay.
On the south side, it depends on where you're taking the measurement from, but if today there is an existing 15-foot prescriptive easement from the existing center line of the road. There's also a 15-foot strip reserved by the city for future improvements. So a total of 30 feet exists from the existing center line into those properties. With the scope of improvements that we're talking about and the implementation of some of the measures that we're taking, we think the majority of that work that we're proposing can stay within that 30 feet.
Okay, so it won't impact the
from impact, from right-of-way acquisition? Yes, from right-of-way it would be minimal. I'm not going to say no impact, but it would be minimal as compared to what the alternative would have been if we implemented more impactful strategies.
And then another person brought up just the width of the shared use path. Can you just kind of speak to what is pretty industry standard for shared use paths in this type of corridor?
Standard shared use paths are 10 feet. It can go down to 8 feet under special circumstances, but that's why we proposed a 10-foot path from the edge of the path to the face of the retaining wall.
When you say it can go down to 8 feet under special circumstances, is there some regulation? Is there some standard? What's your authority for that?
There's no objective criteria that would be used. If you can check these boxes, it would be considered specific circumstances up to the owner and locality to determine what's substantial.
Is there a problem that is caused by having only 8 feet as opposed to 10 feet in a situation like this?
Just the traversable route and ability for bikes and pedestrians to operate next to each other, particularly on a slope like this. So I would have concerns if it went to 8 feet. There's also a lateral offset from fixed objects from the shared use path that is 2 feet. So we're already somewhat pushing the limits on our ability to use a 10-foot path with the wall sitting right next to it. Generally, you will want to have a 2-foot buffer from a physical obstruction into the path before you start your 10 feet. We're starting it right at the wall. So I would say we're already pushing the boundaries with this design with a 10-foot wall, considering there's a wall on one side of it and considering there's a slope with the 10 feet.
And I want to make sure that I understand what you were saying about the right-of-way and so on. You're taking from the center line of the road to the south. You're adding 115-foot, I guess, the road, basically, and another 15 feet.
These exist. We're not taking them.
Yeah.
Well, you are using. We've gotten correspondence from the property owner's attorney suggesting that the 15-foot easement that you're talking about, in fact, is no longer enforceable. Is that the same 15-foot easement that they're talking about that you're talking about?
The same 15-foot
Okay.
easement that I'm talking about.
And just to address that question, Counselor Snook, that easement relates back to the 1950s. And there's a question about whether whether the city may still execute and actually have the easement. We have maintained to the property owners that if we determine that there is not color of title for that we would have to use condemnation if there is not a voluntary acquisition.
Correct.
If I can just add to Mr. Blair's comment real quick, anytime there's federal funds on a job, you have to go through a very tedious and regulated process to acquire right-of-way. So that would include obviously negotiating with the property owners up front and just not going in and condemning the land. There
Right.
are steps that you have to follow, and there is a negotiation. It's a little bit of give and take in that sense.
I mean, it was certainly not my intent to try to get into the middle of that issue. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the correspondence from the other side. Okay.
And again, I'll get to the point where Ms. Green did at the planning commission meeting. What we're being asked today is that, do we feel this is substantially in accordance with the city's comprehensive plan? There's still a lot of design work that'll be done, and my understanding is that we'll have to see that design work at some point. And so I think this is just an effort to kind of keep this moving forward. So I'm happy to make a motion if that's.
And I agree, and I'd just add, I think it's an exciting project, because I think with this you can see how this corridor could change, thinking 20, 30 years from now. To return, as I know everyone wants to the Chick-fil-A debate, there is a question of whether that is a walkable corridor. It's not now, but a project like this, I think, shows how thinking again 20, 30 years from now it could be. Where the CVS is now was a proposed apartment complex. It got shot down, so they built the CVS by right. But you could see how this is a corridor that makes sense for greater density and become a really a great place for the community.
I'm assuming that you're going to be looking at, people coming out of Hilltop Road, et cetera, through the shared use path, driving across that, and how to make that as safe as possible for cyclists and drivers trying to make a turn. So I'm assuming that's further down the design pathway.
Making substantive improvements at that intersection that might involve correcting horizontal and vertical curves is outside the scope specifically of this smart scale project. I'm hopeful that the realignment of the curb and attempts to try to slow cars down will make that a safer experience than it is today.
And I understood there was another initiative underway to try to create an extension of the actual the shared use path beyond what this scope. I don't realize it's not part of this scope, but that seems like something that I understood that staff was looking at as well.
Yeah, that's correct. So a lot of the comments we've gotten today deal with extending the project or some type of improvements to Rugby. The city is currently working with a consultant to go over striping plans and repurposing the asphalt from Hilltop up to Rugby area. So those plans are in the works.
And it look, the 60% design public hearing, will you have one at the 90%? Will there be more opportunities for
Currently,
public?
the level of engineering design that's necessary at the 60% public hearing, design public hearing, generally is the same level of engineering detail and content that you'd see at the
At
90%.
90, okay.
It's just further evolved. So
Okay.
to answer your question, the design public hearing would be kind of that final presentation of all the design details to be able to see it better at concept stage, some of the wall heights, some of the aesthetics of the wall and things like that.
Okay. So there would be an opportunity for input
Oh, absolutely.
at that point?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the 90% would show some of those changes if they were made from the 60 to 90 based on input?
Correct.
Okay.
And we would not start the right-of-way acquisition process until we've had the opportunity to meet with public again, listen to their comments, respond to them, incorporate, and then go to 90%, which, once we have those plans approved by the city is when we'll start the acquisition right away,
Okay,
as necessary.
all right. Are there any other questions? Or is there a motion?
I move we adopt a resolution finding that the proposed barracks improvement project is substantially in accordance with the city's comprehensive plan.
All right, is there a second?
A second?
All right, any further discussion? All right, please vote. All right, that carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, next we have the, a report on the census.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Council members. Thank you for taking a few moments tonight to hear about the census. My name is Kathy O'Connell, and I'm a partnership specialist. I do live here locally, and my job is to partner with local governments, nonprofits, faith organizations, all in support of a complete count for the census. So every 10 years, our country comes together for a monumental task, and that is to count everyone who lives here, everyone. We think that's going to be about 330 million people, but in about 6 months, we'll have a better idea about that. In less than 2 weeks, people will begin responding to the census. Thank you for recognizing April 1st as Census Day, which of course is where the reference point where someone lives and sleeps. Most of the time, that's where they're counted. But response can start before that, and that will be on March 12th. So I'm here tonight to ask for your support in encouraging everyone in Charlottesville to respond to the census. So I just want to share a little bit of information about the importance of the census and what our plan is. So why is this important? Well, the results of the census are going to impact Charlottesville for the next 10 years. We only take this count every decade, and then it follows through. So we have been using the numbers from 2010, and now we have a chance to reset that and to capture the full population that lives here in Charlottesville. And what does that impact? Well, representation. It determines the number of seats in Congress that our state has. Redistricting. This data is used by the state for redistricting purposes about a year after the census ends. Planning for the future, from your comprehensive plan to businesses deciding to expand, to determining where to build schools. This population data is used by local governments, by nonprofits for grants, for many, many different purposes. And it's important to get it right, to have it be accurate. And I save the best for last, funding. Billions of federal dollars are allocated every year based on census data. Where does that money go? Well, towards many of the programs that I heard are a concern to this community, from housing to social services to roads and schools. Every person that's counted or not counted represents a certain amount of money. And I'll come back to that in just a moment. So it is $675 billion, again, for roads, schools, healthcare, nutrition programs. In your packet, you will find a handout that looks just like this. And I think this is really important. This is a report from George Washington University. And what they did was they looked at 55 of the largest federal programs that use decennial data to distribute their funding. And in 2016, based on that, the state of Virginia received $17.7 billion. And you can see there that it's for everything from Medicare, Medicaid, Section 8 housing, TANF, WIC, special education grants, the National School Lunch and School Breakfast Program, and many, many different programs. So, what happens in the event of an undercount? What if someone is missed? Well, money's not coming back here for those programs that we just saw. So, if someone is missed in this census, they're missed for the decade. That's not to say that we use the exact same number throughout the 10 years. It does change based on births and deaths and things like that, but the baseline number stays the same and follows the city through. So we want to get this right, and we have a few months to do that. So for each person that's missed, there's a value of up to $2,000 per year or $20,000 over the 10 years that is lost in federal funding for our state, counties, and local communities. This is a value that was determined by the Virginia State Complete Count Commission. It is not exact, but it's just to represent that for each person, there are benefits that are tied to their response, and that's what we want people to know. So what is our goal? Our goal is to count everyone who lives here. So who is at risk of being undercounted? Renters, they tend to move around a lot. College students, which is of importance here since about half of the population attends UVA. Low income, low education levels, immigrants or non-English speakers, young children. So it's estimated that at least 1 million children were missed in 2010. And we are working very hard to make sure that that doesn't happen again this census. And for 2020, just because of the nature of the census that we're going to go online this time, seniors also could be a low response group, and households without a computing device or internet access. Now, if you look on the right, there are some groups, for instance, immigrants, where you have different factors at play. So there's an overlap. So they may be disproportionately represented as renters, low income, they have language barriers, and possibly no internet. So these are the groups that we want to zero in on in terms of outreach and messaging to really encourage them to respond and to let them know why their response is important and how it's going to impact them. So for the last two censuses, 2000 and 2010, which we were only male response at that time, you can see that the response rate was pretty similar, 71, 72%. It went up to 20 in 2010. That leaves 28% of the population that did not respond initially. That does not mean that they were missed. It means that they were at risk of being missed because our census takers had to go out and find them. We don't really know how many people were completely missed. But what we want is to encourage people to respond on their own and upfront so that we have that information and get as accurate a count as possible. This is predicted rates of low response. So you can see Charlottesville here, and the darker the color, the higher the rate of low response. And so you can see, especially around the university area, that it's over 30% that we're expecting. Our letters are going to go out around the time that UVA students are on their spring break. We are working with UVA to get information out to both the students and the parents and let them know that they are counted here where they go to school. And a lot of people are surprised by that. But the students are counted here in Charlottesville and Albemarle. So why do people complete their census form? Well, number one motivator is, what's in it for me? So what we know is that if we let them know how their response impacts them and their community, they're more likely to respond. So 30%, it's about funding. 25%, civic duty. 17% is about that planning for the future. And then representation, things like that, a little bit percent. So what are our strategies for encouraging people to respond? Well, we're offering multiple response options. I will talk about that in a moment. Our messaging is focused on the fact that the census is easy, safe, and important. We're providing extensive language support, questionnaire assistance, outreach materials for target audiences, and we have a national advertising campaign, and you're going to start seeing a lot of census ads coming up here. And we're working with local complete count committees to do that outreach. So what is happening here locally? Well, Charlottesville and Albemarle are working together. There's a communications and outreach plan that Brian Wheeler and his staff have put together that is tremendous, that includes ads on public transportation and things like that. That will be really, really helpful for getting the word out to people. There is a regional complete count committee at Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. They have a subcommittee that's looking at encouraging response from immigrants and refugees, specifically, along with other low response groups. And we are partnering with local organizations from the Health District to the NAACP, Sin Barreras, IRC, Literacy Council, and Welcoming Greater Charlottesville. So a lot of the nonprofits that are serving our low response groups. And we're going to be offering mobile questionnaire assistance. This is to increase access to the census. We will be sending those census takers out door to door to households that have not responded. But again, what we know is someone may not feel comfortable answering the door, they may not be home. So we are taking the census to community locations. There will be a census taker at churches, for instance, or community centers, and they will be there where people gather, and people can respond on the spot right there. And then, of course, our census recruiters are encouraging people to apply for census jobs. We really do want people that live here locally in the community and know it. A couple of key dates. So our website is going to go live in less than 2 weeks, around March 12th. That's when response will start. And letters will be mailed to all households. It'll be scattered between the 12th and the 20th. Census Day is April 1st, so that's the point wherever someone lives and sleeps, that's where they're counted. And then the census takers will be out in the community starting in May, going to households that have not responded. So we want to encourage as many people as possible to respond up front. So what will you receive in the mail? Well, on the left is the letter that will go out to all households. It will have that URL. It will have a unique ID number, but this is the first time ever you do not need that ID number. You can respond to the census using your address or even without an address. So this is the first census that individuals experiencing homelessness can respond on their own, for instance, in a library. And then on the right is our mail-in form. That will not go out initially. It will go out in April if a household has not responded. So I'm letting seniors know that if they wait, they will still get that paper form and they can respond that way if that's how they feel comfortable. So what questions will be on the 2020 census? It's just 10 questions. There was a time where we had a long form and a short form, but no longer. Everyone gets the same form. We're asking people how many people live or stay in your home. Is it owned or rented? The name of each person, the gender, the age, the race and ethnicity, and the relationship of each person in the household to the head of household. And each piece of information that we collect is used to either distribute or plan for government programs. What will not be on the census? We will not ask for your social security number or your income or your citizenship status. Those things will not be on the census. And the questionnaire, for those that are interested, is available on our website at 2020census.gov. You can go there and take a look at it. So very exciting. This is the first time ever that we have these top 2 response options, online and phone. And it's going to open up a lot of possibilities. We know they're not, perfect for everyone, which is why we're still keeping the paper form as well as the in-person non-response follow-up. Response will open March 12th at 2020census.gov. People can go to that website, click on Respond Now. We are encouraging everyone to just submit one response for their household for everyone that lives there. And that includes if you have a grandchild living with you, an adopted or foster child, a friend who's staying there and has nowhere else to go and won't be counted somewhere else. We want to make sure that we're capturing everyone. So it's not just people who are related at the household. We know that in order for people to feel comfortable giving their information, they have to know that it is safe. Federal law protects census responses, and our census takers will not share that. And as an agency, we will not share that either, that information. This is what our online platform will look like. You can just click Start Questionnaire and start from there. Along the bottom, you can see that the online response will be available in 12 non-English languages. And with those languages, we're capturing 99% of the population. Now, in addition to that, for that 1%, we have language guides available in over 50 languages on our website for the paper form for some additional languages. So you would just click on the bottom and you could complete the form in that other language. The paper form will be available in English and Spanish only. So the key messages that we want to share with people is that the census is easy, it's safe, it's important. We encourage you to respond online if possible, or by phone or with paper questionnaire. The phone option will also have language support, and it will be a live operator. All census responses are confidential. They're protected by federal law. Census day is April 1st. That determines where you're counted, especially important for students. We are asking you to count everyone in your household, your apartment, your residence together on one form so that we get just one response. If we do get more than one response, there is a chance that a census taker will have to double check that. And we want people to know about those community benefits. This is going to impact Charlottesville for the next 10 years in terms of housing, healthcare, schools, transportation, social services. We want to ensure that that money is coming back here to provide those services. I know one of our recruiters was here earlier talking about jobs. We are paying $22 an hour in Charlottesville. So we are still hiring for the next couple weeks. We encourage people to go online, apply for those jobs. They're part-time, flexible hours. You can do this together with other employment, or if you're a student. It also fits very well in that summertime employment time frame. And we need people, and we want people from this community. So that is all that I have right now, and I don't know if there's any questions.
How can people apply to be census takers for the community?
For the jobs?
Yes.
You would also go to 2020census.gov. That's sort of our one-stop shop, and it's /jobs, and it'll say apply now, and you can just apply right there. It is an online application. If someone does not have access to the internet, they can also go to the CareerWorks or Virginia Employment Commission office for assistance with applying. But yes.
Any other?
Is there a minimum age to work for this?
There is. It's a lot of people want to get their high school kids employed.
Right, I was wondering.
Yeah, it is 18 for federal employment. So you do have to be 18. But if you're not 18 now and you will be in May, then you can apply. Yeah. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to working together with the city to make sure that everyone's counted. I think this is a great way to really bring people together and show that everyone counts.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Go for it.
Next, we have the city schools budget presentation.
Good evening. Good to see you all. Thanks for having us here. I'm Jennifer McKeever, the chair of the Charlottesville City School Board. And we are going to be presenting our budget. I'm going to pass it off to Kim Powell and Dr. Atkins in a few minutes to be more specific, but I kind of wanted to make a statement before our staff comes forward with their budget proposal and request. I just wanted to say that you guys may be familiar as newly elected, some of you newly elected members of council, that we are regularly talking about in our community hiring minority staff, professional training for staff, literacy, restorative practices, reconfigurations, changes to the gifted program. We have on and on and on conversations about all of these issues that really boil down to how are the schools going to lead on matters involving equity. Over and over and over again, we hear that. And tonight, the school board is asking the city council to work with our school division that as we have done over the past year and a half to promote equity in our division. We believe fundamentally that this work cannot be done without our dedicated staff. The board is in a moment where we have to demonstrate to our staff that we are committed to them. We must continue to invest in our people. They are on the ground doing the work every day. And as a newly re-elected member of the board, I am deeply concerned with the city manager's proposed budget. Our community supports public service employees. It includes our teachers and staff in the schools and our firefighters and our police department and all of the employees that work for our city. I have served for 8 years on this board. This budget year has been markedly different from the past 8. The school board has never had to come before city council to ask council to intentionally veer from the city manager's proposed budget. Throughout the years, we have worked in collaboration with the city manager and council to determine what our budget recommendation should be so that we can avoid a messy public dispute over our funding request. We have had hard conversations and we've had disagreements. And council has made really hard decisions involving the meals and lodging taxes specifically. Historically, and for the record, the school board has not requested 40% of the new revenue associated with those separate taxes as a matter of course. Something we've never thought or even considered bringing up since we were able to negotiate with council and the city staff for a request that would help meet the needs of the schools and meet the values of our community. In recent meetings, we have discussed with you, city council and the city manager, the challenges the board has faced as a result of funding reductions from the federal government and the changes to the local composite index that will affect the funding that the state provides to our community. We have also been affected by this therapeutic day treatment program cuts that reduce the number of adults supporting our students with the most needs in our buildings, a program that's outside of school budgets, but provides essential services to the classroom. This budget request continues the progress the schools have made around equity and looks to support the staff doing the work that has made this progress. Frankly, the board and the division ask a lot of our teachers, our principals, our IAs, our assistant principals, our nurses, our guidance counselors, people who see and support our students every day. We know our staff go above and beyond the demands of their exhausting work, yet most cannot even afford to live in our city. A step plus this slight raise is not ideal to me. I want teachers to be able to afford to live in our city. This modest raise represents a pittance in their paychecks, but will serve to acknowledge their hard work and represent a small token of our appreciation for the demands we place on them. Keep in mind that by not fully funding the school board budget request, we will potentially have to cut these raises and minimize and end the funding associated with programs that support equity. This is not a budget request we come to lightly. Building level requests came to the central office at almost $5 million. What we have asked for are, instead of 62 requests, we've advanced 12 requests for a total of $881,000, almost $882,000. There are many requests not part of this budget, including some that we, in good faith, cut when we were asked by the city manager to reduce our request. This is a streamlined, pragmatic request that reflects the needs of schools and the values of our community. The community has asked the board to create a budget that supports staff, that focuses on literacy and equity, and that is what this budget purports to do, despite reductions from the federal government and changes to the LCI. Please support the board and the schools by supporting this budget request. And now I'll pass it on to Ms. Pell. Dr. Atkins? Thank you.
Do you all have a handout for us?
I think we have a PowerPoint.
We have the PowerPoint for you.
Okay.
But I have a copy
We
of
can
it.
certainly share and get a handout for you.
I have 2 copies.
See, all the staff, they're standing up now, bringing up their...
Well, even if you could,
We're
even if it was
collecting.
just sent to us right now.
There's 2 copies there, I think.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. McKeever. Good afternoon, council members and Madam Mayor. What we'd like to do is divide our presentation into two parts. One part will be an overview of our funding requests, looking at the revenue and the expenses. And then the second part are several addendums that go into much more detail about our specific item request that we are making. So what we'd like to do is start off with a summary of the revenue and go then right into the expenses and our funding request. Kim?
Good evening. So the first chart that's in the PowerPoint is just an overview of our revenue, looking at our current actual fiscal year 20 budget. You can see revenue by source. Then it shows you what's in the FY21 proposed budget by source. The changes are noted there, as well as the percentage changes. In a nutshell, the changes in the pie chart aren't really discernible, but what's happening here is the city appropriation is moving from like 65% of the total revenue to 67%, while the state and local funding each went down 1%. So those kinds of shifts in a pie chart aren't dramatic enough to really be picked up, but that's what is happening if you were to have a pie chart on the current actual FY20 budget.
Can I interrupt you a second? What is the
Certainly.
difference between city appropriation and local funding?
So local funding is a lot of little things, but let me speak to what that big change is. I think that's probably the number that catches the eye. Currently,
I'm just thinking definitionally. I mean,
Right,
the locality is
So the city appropriation is the money from the city, from the local taxpayers. Local are all the other funding sources, which can be anything from local grants. We are very fortunate to have
Oh, I
some
see.
local philanthropists. The money that students pay in when people pay for their lunches, that's local revenues. You know, the census person mentioned school nutrition. We have to account for the school nutrition budget and recognize that as part of our budget. A lot of that's federal dollars, some of that's local dollars. Every time a student pays on their meal account, those are local dollars. The non-resident tuition program is one of the local dollars, local revenue funds. I'm trying to think of what else is in there. Prep. Well, prep is a big one, and I'd like to speak to that because that's the big change there. You heard Ms. McKeever mention the change with how we're handling, currently it's called a regional program to serve our students with disabilities with the highest needs, but that whole model is changing from the state. And the way we work now is we work with PrEP, and Fluvanna County is the fiscal agent. And in recognizing all the services we provide to students, PrEP files our application, and so they send us this large bill, which includes some funding for teachers that work within our school system that are on our payroll. But we have to send that money to PrEP, and then they reimburse it back to us, and it comes back in as local revenue. That's it's over $400,000, I do know that. It's most of that $524,000 reduction in local funds. And that is a change that is what I consider a technical adjustment because it's reducing the revenues and the expenses equally. So it does have a net impact of lowering our bottom line budget, but it doesn't, that in and of itself is a technical adjustment that doesn't impact our ask of the school board's ask of the city. Because now, under the new model, each school division makes their own application for reimbursement for these high-need students, so we no longer have that piece of the invoice with PrEP where we send them money for some people who are paid through our payroll, and then they send that money back to us. I know it's perhaps a little confusing. I'm happy to discuss it further if there are questions, but that's the largest portion of that change. Back to the pie chart just really quickly, the shift from to 67% for the city appropriation in this budget proposal is not somewhat in line with the local composite index of ability to change. That increase went from 0.6772 to 0.6886, so a little over 1% increase there. So the way the pieces of the pie moved in the end seemed to reflect what was happening with the local composite index. And yeah, please stop me at any time if I'm going too fast or not explaining something clearly. So moving from revenues to expenses. This is an overview of our again, our current budget as it stands for this year, and then what the budget proposal that the school board approved for FY 2021, it's really showing where the money goes from the perspective of the broadest categories, which are personnel services, those are salaries and hourly wages, just wages, employee benefits, which are FICA, the pension plan, which we refer to as VRS, health insurance, there's a mandatory disability insurance that's in there. That's the benefits piece. And then operating cost is everything else. And you see that 55% is personnel services, 23% is employee benefits. The pie chart was run off of the proposed budget, just like the previous slide, but I can tell you I did a pie chart for the current. The percentages don't change. They are just very small changes. In fact, with rounding, they don't change at all. So 78% of the money goes into the people. And that is, you can look at any school division in the Commonwealth, you're going to see that type of breakdown in their budget. It's not uncommon. And this budget proposal doesn't shift those percentages as far as where the money goes when you look at it at that highest level. So this is just a summary of the funding request and the breakdown, how the funding request is arrived at, looking at the request in terms of non-discretionary items, discretionary items, and then considering the adjustments, reductions, and cuts that were made from the original budget proposal. If you look back, all of our presentations are online, and so the history of all of that is borne out here, and the details behind the non-discretionary items and the discretionary items, all that's in the appendix of this presentation, as well as, again, any of our previous presentations. We have something called the budget changes document where we try to be very explicit about what's moving, and we categorize things by compensation, non-discretionary, school-based programs, improvements, and then operating changes. So that's all in the details. In 15 minutes, we figured you didn't want to go through that document again. I think we presented that at the joint session.
I'm just curious that from the joint session, because it was a different number than the city request, could you just explain the changes that have happened since the joint session, please?
There are a lot.
What we did is after our joint meeting, we went back and tried to trim as much out of that total request. We were at 4.5, somewhere right around 4.3 million at that time. We went back and went back in the FY20 budget, tried to trim, and in the appendix you'll have a document that shows where we made some additional cuts to try to pare that down as much as possible after our discussion. I think I can pull that up.
And if I may, Dr. Atkins, when they look at these changes, the changes from proposed, we've tried to be very explicit here. Changes from proposed reflect changes from the original proposal. And then the far right column, as you scroll down, and I don't think those headings carried forward, we copied and pasted this in. But when you look and you see changes on the far right, those are actually cuts from our current budget. So it's a mix. The short answer to your question is a mixture of cuts from our current budget as well as changes from the original proposal.
So one of the areas that we adjusted after we met with City Council, Ms. Hill, was that we went in, looked at transportation. There was a $358,000 increase request from transportation. We lowered that by $189,000. We also went into maintenance, lowered that by $8,000. We went to our art supplies. You can see how we lowered that by $4,000. Standards aligned lesson planning by $10,000. We also cut out an iSTEM teacher. We cut out, we had in the original budget, we had put in an entire FTE, one position for the Walker Orchestra. You may have seen a presentation that we did earlier in the year. We've changed our master scheduling at Walker to include, to achieve more diversity in orchestra and band. So therefore we need more, we have more students who are taking those classes now, and we need more FTEs. We went in and reduced that to a half-time teacher instead of a full-time. We have an annual a specialist for annual giving to tap into our philanthropic community. We had a full-time position there. We reduced that to a part-time position. And that was, we had some other programs that we reduced. It was, those were washes though. So overall, we reduced the budget about $303,000 from the original presentation.
And I'm just also curious, the amended budget you're reflecting, does that reflect the additional whatever, hundreds of like the requests that came in through the summer? Is that why it's called the amended budget? So the change really from last year, because those are one-time dollars, is actually this change plus that amount of money.
If we go back to this budget, the actual FY 2020 amended budget, the $57,834,623 does include the 400 and I think it's 86,000. That is included in that.
Because those were one-time dollars that we're now trying to operationalize.
Well, they were teaching position dollars.
No, I'm just saying that the source for us was one-time source.
Yeah. We included, because when we hire teachers, we anticipate the teachers, their positions will be continuing. It's not a one-time event, that it would be continuing and roll over into the next year's budget.
Yeah. I'm just saying our source of funds was one time when we did it.
But I think we understood that it would.
I was just trying to make sure I'm
become part of
understanding the difference, because we have to bridge that gap too.
Well, with our, what we have set up here, we actually started with an actual budgeted amount that includes that amended amount. So the request that we are making actually reflected that amended dollar amount in 2020.
Okay.
We took that back to our board, and our board took action on it, so we included the amended. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. We are actually, the total budget is 88,000 from FY20 is 88,523, $523,130. Our proposed funding request for FY21 is $92,134,958, with an increase of $3,611,828, which is a 3.9% increase. There, we have to take it to our board on Thursday. However, we have worked with our insurance broker, and where in our original budget we indicated that our insurance would, health insurance cost under the non-discretionary contracts would be increased by 15%, that 1.1 million. We now have worked with our broker, and we're able to bring that down by $425,000.
So that's not reflected here yet because
That
it
is
hasn't
not.
gotten there.
Yes, that what was on Thursday, Friday, we were able to work that out.
That was my next question, because I'd heard that something had happened there.
Yes. So the $3,611,000. Is that the request? No. The request, the $3,873,915 will be reduced by the $425,000. Pending the approval of the board.
And so that total request is around 3.2 million, and then what's being proposed in the budget now is 1.6 million in terms of the allocation to the city schools.
Above and beyond the
Above and- yes, above and
2.1.
beyond.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
So you've pulled out, you said a few hundred thousand. I just, only going by what I read in the paper, what I thought that kind of work session that you had after our joint meeting, it relieved like 700,000. What happened there?
If we go back to
So that's showing 3.
the actual cuts, actually, it's
Oh, because you're adding them both.
303,000.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
We added what we reduced from the current FY20 budget and what we reduced from the FY20 proposed budget. And the total amount is 303,197. Moving from the 4,281,122 to the 3,873,915, and then we'll further reduce that by the 425,000.
Okay, so I think, of course, we have another budget presentation to go through. I think it will be Thursday before we have any kind of real, like, answers about what is truly possible, if any, because we will hear our budget presentation tonight, and then over the next few days, we'll go through the budget and have the discussions back and forth about, possibilities.
Well, it's probably a hard question to answer, but so there's that 1.6 million proposed above,
Correct.
and even with that roughly $400,000 of savings in the health insurance costs, the non-discretionary expenditures you need to make are above that proposed 1.6 million. What are some of the things you are looking to potentially cut just to try and meet that non-discretionary expenditures that have gone up this year?
I think I'm gonna try to rephrase what you're asking me, and you tell me if I got this right. If we have to go back in and make additional cuts, any of those, that 1.3 million above the 2.1 million that has already been included in the budget, where might we cut? What I would do is go back to the FY20 budget, the current one, look at all of the staffing that we have. In 2009, we had an efficiency review done, and there were some recommendations made in that efficiency review that we made some cuts then. But as the needs of our students and the needs of our teachers have increased over that 11-year period, we've restored some of those cuts for better service delivery. We take a look at that. We take a look at all of our staffing and programming. It will take a lot to bring it down 1.3 million. So we would look at that, and then we'll go back to this. As you can see, other than non-discretionary in our school-based program, those programs total to about $880,000. So we would have to go back and take another look at that also.
And a major part of this conversation, obviously, is that 40% of the meals tax, right? I'm just curious about what's the property tax?
New property tax.
New revenue.
New revenue from property tax. Sorry, I'm just curious sort of about the history of where does that 40% number come from? How did that come into existence? Does that fit best practices around the country? I'm just kind of curious where that's coming from.
So I can tell you, Jim Henderson is sitting in the office, and he can go back further than I can. But for over my tenure in the school division, 14 years, when I came in, there was an agreement between City Council and the school board that the first allocation to the schools would be 40% of new tax revenue. Once that came to the schools, then the schools would present a budget asking for any additional funding that the schools needed. back maybe 5 years ago, because each year the schools did come to the city council and ask for significant amounts above that 40%. The council commissioned the Blue Ribbon Commission to take a look at how can the council have sustainable funding for the schools above and beyond that 40%, because each year that 40% has not been sufficient. And there were many recommendations in that Blue Ribbon Commission report. And so that's how we came to the 40% plus the additional funding that has been the case each year in the funding process.
I have, just looking at my email traffic about all of this, people are asking basically two questions about the school budget. First question is, how come you all spend so much more per pupil than virtually every other place in the state? And number two, and the second question is sort of this general kind of vague notion that you are top-heavy, that you've got too many administrators, and frankly, I don't know enough about your budget to know whether any of that is true or not.
All right, so let's go back to the first question. How much we spend per student. We're probably third in the Commonwealth. We're not the top. We're number 3. However, we staff our schools differently, and that has been a value that our community and our community members have illustrated over the years. The State Code of Virginia recommends that we staff, our pupil-teacher ratios can be as high as 1:30. Many school divisions get very close to that, even in the primary grades. You can have, in first grade, second grade, third grade, you can have 30 students for every 1 teacher in the classroom. We don't staff at those ratios in Charlottesville. Therefore, in small, when you have small numbers in your school and you staff lower than that, you're going to require more teachers, and 1 or 2 students will put you over your staffing ratios. Also, the state does something for us called class size reduction. Where we have high poverty areas, the state requires us to have our pupil-teacher ratio much below what the standards of quality recommend. So
just in the individual schools
in
or
the individual schools,
district-wide?
individual schools, depending on the percentage of poverty in those schools. So it's all of our schools except Venable. That's the only school that we have, elementary schools, that's not a Title I school. So that affects our funding also, the class sizes that we have. We also have in each of our buildings a school nurse. School nurses are not required in each building. So therefore, that's another addition to our budget. We also provide orchestra and band, highly valued programs. Those are not required at the ratios and the depth to which we provide them in Charlottesville City. We have a very robust STEM program in our elementary schools. Some of the staffing that we have there is not required by standards of quality. So when the calculation, the per pupil expenditure calculation is done across the Commonwealth, there's a uniform formula that's used. However, staffing is not uniform across the Commonwealth. So you may compare those numbers, but how you come to those numbers is quite different across the Commonwealth.
I mean, the difference, as I recall, I was just sort of figuring it out roughly. It sounded to me like the city schools were spending something like $23,000 per student when you divide the number of students into the $92 million.
I don't know. No, you wouldn't be able to divide it directly into the $92 million because of everything that's included in the $92 million. Nutrition is included in the $92 million. Our regional prep program for special education is included in there.
Just superficially, it would sound to me like the way to figure how much money we're spending per student is to take the amount of money and divide it by the number of students.
And I would agree with that term superficially.
Okay?
So you did just say it'll be closer to 20, right?
It's about 18.
18, right around 18. It may have pushed up to 19, but, and the other question about being top-heavy at our division level, when,
I do not know the facts. I'm simply repeating the concern.
It's nice to be able to answer those kinds of questions, though, with a broad audience.
That's why I asked the
When
question.
I look at who sits at the table in senior leadership meetings, which we have about once a week, there are 6 people, and 7 including myself, and that's my senior leadership team. It doesn't include our literacy coordinator, our math coordinator, but at Division 1 on Dairy Road, there are 6 people. I have an assistant superintendent, an associate superintendent, director of student services, finance director, HR director, and IT.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right?
And the superintendent. That's it. So I don't believe that we are top-heavy. I can tell you on many, many occasions, we all feel worn out because we wear so many different hats.
Okay.
And I think a comment I'll just make with the list you gave are that are not as non-essential, like, and you mentioned orchestra and band, and this is something that came up in our discussion over the years when I was requesting like this reallocation of funding. But you have the parents who kids are in the like orchestra and band who have predominantly been the children who are in those programs. And if you talked about cutting those programs in any way, we would have a whole new wave of emails about those. And so that has been part of the discussion, for years. Anytime you try to make program changes that lead to equity, I've been in the room for a lot of those conversations. There's a whole wave of parents who are usually the wealthier members of the community who don't want some of those changes, to happen. So I've asked for years that, because in my mind it made sense that maybe you shift the funding in some way, and I understand how difficult that one would be, and then I'm not there, so I don't know how you still reach all students where they are and shift. So that is, I know, some of the questions that we've been getting, and those have been some of my responses just from having kids within the division and having asked these questions for years. What would happen? Like, what would happen if you tried to dismantle the orchestra program in the city schools? I mean,
The orchestral arts program highly valued throughout our community, so there would be a strong response. We're adding that 0.5. We had a full 1 teacher addition, 1 FTE addition to our orchestra program just because of diversity.
And I understand.
We have redone our master schedule, and we have more diversity in orchestra and band now than we have ever seen in the history of our program. We actually have more African American students in orchestra than we have Caucasian now at Walker. And that will continue as they go through school because of our reorganization and our focus on equity.
Yeah. And that's the, kind of conversations. I know as a parent who have had kids still has one in orchestra, but both orchestra and the band, and when I used to work for City of Promise, that was one of the first, of many conversations we had with the schools about how to increase, diversity and because it wasn't a lot of representation. And then if they made it to high school, they didn't stay in high school and things like that. So I get it.
And I guess my final comments on it, I mean, I know obviously as a community there's been a tremendous discussion around the issue of equity and the achievement gap, and I'm sure everyone up here would agree the only way to address that is investing in people, not just facilities and buildings, but people, and particularly staff positions related to changing programming, changing how things are done. I echo a lot of people in thinking, like investment in literacy coaches is extremely important in trying to guarantee literacy for students, and investment in staff positions in that way. It's kind of difficult for us to comment on it, I guess, for the public's benefit. Like on Friday when it was publicly released, that's the first time we've seen the city budget. This is our first meeting about it. There's going to be a number of work sessions going forward about the budget, so it's kind of difficult to talk and think about it holistically at this point. But I think, if we're serious about making that commitment to equity and the achievement gap, there's no way around making investments in people. And I'd say, I think for everyone, it's really important as we move forward with this process to try and get to a point where there's an assumption of good faith and some level of agreement. Because if we're not able to do that, I just feel like it's not going to benefit the community. It's not going to be good for morale, and it's not going to help us make the investments that we need to make.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. McKeever. Our teachers are everything. They're the backbone to the organization, and having strong teachers in the classroom is important. And we are in a very competitive era now. There are shortages all over the Commonwealth in teachers. There are shortages in the applicant pool for positions, and we want to keep the teachers who are in those highly effective teachers who are in our school division. We want to keep them and attract others into our school division. We were very proud this year that 30% of the teachers that we hired were African American. So we've been doing around our equity initiative an all-out push to get more diversity into our schools and highly qualified teachers into our schools.
One other thing I was, right before the meeting, we received another email from somebody and just asking about the amount of out-of-city students enrolled. It looks like there was 44 students in Greenbrier from out of catchment, 27 to Venable. I mean, that's a lot of students per, and how much do they pay?
Around $1,600 per student for tuition. And some of the history of out-of-district students goes back to the years in which our enrollment declined. And that was prior to me coming into the school division. But when I came into the school division, there was a steady decline of enrollment with our students. We'd gotten down into the 3,000s with students. That out-of-district enrollment helped to level out those declines, because when the students are coming in, they're paying tuition, but also they are being included in our ADM, which is how we're funded from the state. So they come in, they pay tuition, but we also get funding from the state for those individual students who are coming in. In addition to that, the calculation of our local composite index, which is the big lever on how we are funded. The students who come into us out of district are also factored into the local composite index. So if we were to pull out the little over 300 students who are in our school division out of the division, that would lower our enrollment numbers. When you start calculating that into the local composite index, it will make our city look more wealthy relative to the number of students that we have in our school division, therefore causing our composite index to increase even further. So having the students from out of district, certainly there is an argument that can be made that we do have to provide services for them when they come into our school division, but there are also some real benefits that they have to our school division. And one of them being that local composite index, the tuition that they pay, well, several, the local composite index, the tuition that they pay, and the funding that we get from the state.
Okay, is there any other? Okay. I don't think I have anything else. I am concerned about, just the holistic picture, like just across the city in general. You heard some staff members today. They're not the only staff members that we are, hearing this from. We have the COLA that's in your budget versus the COLA that's in our budget, and that will shift numbers in any way. But the main thing that I'm concerned about, there are two things. There is a whole population of people who need services who were missed at the schools, right? And there's this outside of the school system that families need services on. So if we started cutting from other places without taking into account that what cannot be done in the schools need to be done, then that creates a whole nother issue that no matter what you all propose, we know cannot be solved internally. And then just moving forward with the potential new design of the building, the shifts there and the finances needed. I just hope that we're thinking about how we're gonna do that. And at some point, there's gonna have to be a decision made moving forward with the building or not moving forward with the building, and what does services at current levels possibly looks like when we start that development process. Because the way this budget look, what our staff is proposing to us as our debt service levels and what the payment will be required over time for those, we will end up adding, more service and increasing, like if this is the change that it will be expected every year, but we would not be able to do this new development, which is, I think, is as essential as the instructions and the proposed increases here. So that's just some of the things that I'm thinking about, trying to weigh, that I'll continue having conversations about, that I've had, the conversations that I've had with individuals. Those are the things that I have brought up, and that's what I'm weighing, and hopefully we'll be able to figure it out.
I'm confused on what the expectation is in terms of timeline for when we let them know, because we don't finalize our budget till over a month from now. So what are you saying about Thursday, that we're gonna have directionally a little idea of what we're gonna do?
Well, I think we need to have some kind of direction that we are proposing or questions asked. I mean, they are following our budget process closely, but I think at this budget session, we need to be clear about some of the things that we would like to see, and what that would look like. We can't keep delaying it until the next budget meeting. So I'm not saying we'll have but there should be discussions by then that we, even though, we may need more time, that we should be able to go through the budget and be able to have some just preliminary conversations about what questions we're asking of city management to present us with, or what changes we would like for them to make. No?
Yeah, I just know that last year, it really was towards the end that we actually knew what we were gonna do in terms of revenue adjustments to accomplish different priorities.
Oh,
and then we had a community budget forum where people weighed in on where they wanted us to weigh in on those priorities, so.
And I'll talk about those dates.
I just want to manage expectations. I'm like, I don't know that by Thursday we're going to have a firm.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that by Thursday, we should be asking some questions around where
Oh,
is
yeah.
money
Yeah.
possible?
Yeah.
Who is supporting tax increases if there is a tax increase? And I'm hesitant, as I've said before, about supporting tax increases at this point because we are going to definitely have to do it and have a conversation with the community for the
Reconfiguration.
yes,
Yeah.
of the school building. So just, it should be a little bit more clear. I hope I need it to be more clear.
And Mayor, I would also say, I was here and I heard the firefighters speak and the police officers speak, and I tell you, I know we have needs in our schools and we're bringing a big request to City Council. My heart also goes out to them. I don't know what we would do without our firefighters and our officers who respond so quickly to us when we call. We had the threat to our school, which was an internet threat. And when those things happen, we have to make one phone call out to one of the officers. And they take it from there and they start the investigation. They provide all the coverage. They send additional patrols to our schools to take care of our students. Then they become our right hand in taking care of our students and communicating with us. And firefighters do the same thing when those fire alarms go off at the school. So I know it's challenging for everyone and for this council to have to weigh all of these needs, and they are real needs in our community. But know that my heart certainly does go out to their request also. And in the census, I spoke with the young lady who presented with the census. There's one area that I'm truly concerned about with the census. Since the last census was taken, there has been a dramatic change in how we individuals select race and ethnicities, ethnicity and race. So there have been more options for people now in selecting race. Therefore, we've seen it in our school system where we used to have high concentrations of black students or families selecting the race as black. We have seen those numbers diminish significantly in our school system because of the number of options that families have now. My concern with that, and I asked her how was the government planning to actually minimize that effect. How are they going to look at the black race when they're taking the census? Because those numbers will go down just because there are more options now, to make sure that we continue to get the funding that should be due to Charlottesville City and our schools.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Meaning if I miss this.
Y'all need a
So
break?
we're going, yes.
Just not long, maybe to the restroom.
Yeah.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Both of you. Go, quickly.
Oh,
Lifesaver?
waiting on Michael.
What flavor? Catch.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
Okay.
Because there was only 4 people showed up, so they stuck me on it and they told me not to touch the ball. That was my instructions.
Okay.
Okay.
Call this meeting back to order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, and the public. Before I get into this presentation, I won't be long. I know it's late in the night hour, but I do want to say thank you to Brian Davison as well as Chrissy Hamill for all their hard work and dedication in terms of trying to build this proposed budget. We started a number of months ago trying to look at the various areas throughout the city that needed funding, as well as ways that we could look at ways to decrease some of our overall expenditures to stay within our budget, as well as our overall tax rate of 95 cents. But first and foremost, I just want to go and just say the city's been doing a great job over a number of years in terms of the preparation of the budgets. And as you can see with GFOA, in terms of the success that we've had over those years, in terms of the number of budget awards that we got, especially in terms of 18 years of getting the consecutive budget award, as well as you can see 2 in FY20, us getting the proficient and outstanding in all categories. So we continue to move forward and do great things in terms of our budgeting, and we want to make sure that we continue that in FY21 with the proposed budget. As you can see, over the years, the increase from the previous year in terms of the percentages change from year to year. So from last year, our budget has increased 4.11%. And as you can see, that 4.11% is, if you look back at FY17, this is, one of the lowest years that we've had in terms of increase from year to year. But mostly, and what's important, and that I keep telling everyone about, is that we do have some strong economic indicators. As you can see, we still have a number of jobs in our community, 41,000 over our 10 square miles, and which just puts our unemployment rate at its lowest, which is at 2.5%. And we talk about the vacancy rate for jobs and different things like that throughout our community. We look at a vacancy rate in our downtowns, citywide at 4.4%, as well as 1% downtown. Some of the other economic factors are the investment within our commercial buildings. As you can see, we're up to about $145 million in investment in 2019, and we have about a total, over 500,000 square feet of Class A office space, which is under construction. So we are starting to see some growth in terms of development in our downtown area. These are major budget themes that we continue to talk about, and we've talked about with the council. One of the main things I'd like to talk about also is talk about our focus on organizational efficiencies and effectiveness. That was one of the things we talked about even when I took this job at interview, looking at the overall organization. And as you can see in the organization, we made some substantial changes as we try to modify our various departments, as well as the services that we do deliver to continue to improve the quality of the services that we provide to the community. But as I always tell the community when they ask me about that is that, you know, I had to first fix the internal processes in order for us to create a better end product. And I think that's what we're starting to deliver. But as I mentioned before, it's going to take time in terms of trying to get to those that highest tier of services being delivered. The strategic plan and council priorities, as you know, we're working on that. We'll be talking a whole lot more about that coming up soon with your retreat in May. But moving into this budget year, as we talk about the strategic plan, we're still using the model that was implemented in 2016. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. But as the new council has come on, we'll start talking about more of your strategic priorities and planning moving forward. FY21, the general fund revenues, and I wanted to point that out because when you look at our total revenue sources and where that comes from, now we're looking at 73, almost 74% coming from our local taxes, which means the real estate, the mills, lodging, sales, and use taxes. And then it gives you an example of the other percentages, which makes up that total 100% of where we get our revenues from for the general fund. Our overall real estate taxes, as you can see, we've advertised at the 97% at 97 cents in terms of being able to give the council the flexibility. But as you can see with my proposed budget, it was 95 cents. What we're proposing, because I wanted to stay consistent with last year's tax rate. For the simple fact is, as assessments went up, I didn't want to propose a budget that would increase taxes with higher assessments. I wanted to stay where we're at with those assessments as they increase. But as you can see, we received $5 million increase in revenues. But when you think about that $5 million in new revenue, you still have to talk about the 40% that goes to our public schools. So with that being said, with them getting a $2.1 million and a total of $5 million, so that leaves us with a very limited amount in terms of trying to do different things that we need to do in terms of doing our day-to-day operations with the city and funding the various projects and the capital projects as well as other projects throughout the city. We talked about that 95 cent tax rate. I wanted to give you a clear description about the deciles that we have in our community and how those houses fall into those ranges throughout our community. So what I want to do is show you where we're at in terms of the median tax bill at 95 cents. And then as it increases to 96 cents and up to 97 cents, and what that difference would be to a taxpayer based upon the home value. So you'll have that information and you can review that. Moving on, when we look at the real estate taxes and you look at our overall long-term forecast, now we show an $8 million gap, and I've been talking about this for a while now in terms of what we're going to look like moving forward. And as you can see is our projected revenues, and then you also have our projected expenditures. Now, remember that this is, it doesn't consider, the large city or schools capital projects. That's not in here. So when you talk about that, you have to take that in consideration. So what we didn't want to do is to increase the tax rate now, knowing that down the road, if you do the school's reconfiguration, the cost that would be to be able to, I was trying to show you basically the cost that it would be to try to afford that in terms of trying to close that $8 million gap, over the next few years. And as you can see in here, we talk about, the operational requests, and there's no new operational requests that are even reflected in here either. So we're going to have to look at various ways to try to, decrease our overall expenditures or, possibly having to raise the tax rate. One of the things I wanted to point out too is that the average school growth over the last 3 years from the general fund has been about 5%. And, you know, based upon this chart, if this formula holds, prior to FY21, the last time we funded at only the formula was in FY11. So the last time that we funded at the 40% level and didn't give anything more was in FY11. So that's been, you know, now going into what, almost 10 years. Our revenue projections, as you can see, you increased that last year in terms of the mills tax. And that's that 1% increase, showing only 2% growth between FY20 and 21. So it's a small increase, but as you can see, that big jump from 19 to 20, and I think it's more so like now we're leveling off. You look at our sales tax, that continues to rise. It's about a 2.98% increase from FY20 adopted budget. So we're doing pretty good in that particular area, and I'm hoping that that continues to grow. The personal property, as you can see, that's a 3.2% increase from fiscal year 20. So we're moving up a little bit. So, you know, we're starting to, I guess more people are buying cars. And we want to go the other direction. The other piece of that is the transient occupancy tax for lodging. That was another tax increase from last year. But you're still looking at a strong growth with the 5.6% increase between FY20 going into FY21.
Is that due to the new hotels coming online?
I'm sorry?
Is that due to the new hotels coming online?
It could be, you know, a possibility of that. But also, too, I just want to mention, too, we do have some new hotels coming online, so that should, you know, show that growth. And what we're doing right now is doing projections. So hopefully when those come online, this will take that into consideration to be a part of that 5.6% growth. So this is basically our projections of that. And then the general fund expenditures. I know that you know, folks came in tonight to say, you know, how much we were given or how much we weren't given to particular programs. But as you can see, our largest contribution is to the public schools at 33%. And then you look at public safety, which is our second highest expenditure, which is at 24%. And then you look at everything else that surrounds that. But for now, as I talk about our strategic plan, the way that we have it, what we did is try to develop this budget based upon those key strategic goals. Now, as we've been talking about the council priorities, and as I mentioned in my budget letter pertaining to that housing as well as with schools, we have put a significant amount of money into affordable housing. As you can see, we put $1.5 million in public housing redevelopment. As we talked about that during the CIP process and the reason for that 1.5. But although it is a 5-year capital project, those dollars will be stretched over 6 years. But as I told the folks over at CRHA, as well as the board members, is that, you know, if there is the possibility of them being able to spend more within that time frame, whereas 1.5, we can bump that up to whatever it needs to be. But I wanted to make sure, because they haven't spent any of the dollars in FY20, so I wanted to make sure that those dollars were in the right place in terms of them having funding. As I keep telling everyone too, these are bondable dollars. So since it's bondable dollars, we're okay with that, instead of non-bondable where it has to be cash. So we can make adjustments in our capital plan. Also too, giving $800,000 for Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund, which we've put money in there from the year-end surplus, which balanced that out to be what, $1.5 million. $900,000 for the supplemental rental assistance, as well as $500,000 for housing rehabilitation. and then $394,000 for Friendship Court Phase 1. That's another, these are more so with Friendship Court. These are cash. This is non-bondable. But you remember, they still haven't spent their dollars from FY20. So we're strategically putting the money in there because we don't want to impact other capital projects. So we're talking to these folks and talking about when are you going to be able to spend this money and to have that communication, and that's what we were doing throughout the preparation of this budget. The other council priority is race and equity. We still are, that is still a top priority. We do have money in there for the new Office of Equity and Inclusion, $197,000. What that does is get us started, and in FY22, I'm pretty sure that number will increase because that director will come in and talk about staffing and the different needs for that office. Home to Hope, that continues to be a pretty good program that we want to move forward with funding at $350,000, as well as we provided the Food and Equity Initiative with an additional $155,000 in the fiscal year, which, like Home to Hope, these are programs that came out of the Council Strategic Initiatives dollars where we had to come in and be able to fund that FY21. So just like the schools talked about, we have to do the same things like their gifted program where they've had the $468,000 where they had to account for that in the next fiscal year. So what we're doing is account for these programs in the next fiscal year. And then Unity Days, we put $81,500 in there for that. And then other things that we're doing too is the city's minority business program. We hired an individual to be able to run that program through economic development. And I think that we're having much success with that. And she's very energetic and excited about running our minority business program. And then also too, we just, well, Charlene Green, as many of you know, has retired, so we'll have to find her replacement. And I will be working with the board in order to be able to hire a good replacement for Charlene. One of the other things that we're talking about is workforce development, economic development. These programs, we continue to do a great job in terms of providing opportunities for our residents within our community, such as the Downtown Job Center, growing opportunities, and then hosting the job fairs and community events to provide employment opportunities for our residents. And as you can see, you know, we talked about a few minutes ago, we talked about the unemployment rate, you know, that's at 2.5%. So we're really doing a good job in terms of trying to make sure that our residents have opportunities to get hired for various positions throughout the community. Safety and security, as the council has talked about in terms of the funding of the CRB, which will be set at $150,000 at this time. We continue to look at investing in our employees, even with the our projected revenues. I know the schools talked about the increase in terms of 3%, but we put in for a 2% cost of living adjustment, which will be comparable to our colleagues over at the county. So we're still living within that $15 living wage amount that we do provide our employees. Now, when you talk about the 2% cost of living adjustment, that's about $500,000+ per percent. So if you moved up to 3%, it would be another $500,000. As we talk about this, I just wanted to make this clear in terms of two charts that we have, because, you know, we heard them talk about the investment that we put in the schools. And I just wanted to showcase that about what we've been doing. So the chart on the left shows what our contribution would have been if the city stuck to the 40% formula for each year versus what it actually was for the FY21 budget with the red line. So as you can see, 52.9 would have been our target contribution, but as you can see, our actual contribution was 59.5 million.
That's what they're
And as
asking
you-
for this year, right?
That's FY21, yes. So that's what we're providing them with in terms of the number. As you can see, all the years past FY11, as I mentioned before, where we stuck to that 40%, and here we climbed over the years in terms of what we were providing over, well, above and beyond the 40%. Now, if you look at the other side, on the right side, it shows the actual amount of increases in the city's contribution through the, as you can look at the red line, versus what it would have been at just the 40% formula amount with the blue line. So, as you can see, the contribution in 21 is where we had to stay at in our proposed budget is that $2.1 million, and that's the 40%. Moving on, and I want you to understand too, that although we give them that 40% of new personal real property, we also give them above and beyond that, as I just mentioned before, in terms of the extra ask that Dr. Atkins was talking about. But also too, you look at how much we provide to schools in terms of the capital side. So we also provide them 1.25 million a year in unallocated fund for the schools can use for their priority capital improvements, as well as over 1.9 million for general capital improvement dollars. And then for their small scale things, we provide them like $200,000 per year, which is like for painting and different things like that that they want to do. So we call that small cap. So as you can see, you know, that's additional 3.4 on top of the 40% plus whatever we would provide them above and beyond that. Our council strategic initiatives, as we talked about that fund, as you know, we were down to about $61,000 in that account, but then at the year-end surplus, we provided that account with another $300,000, so it took it up to $361,000. But as you know, each year, whatever is not spent, we roll that over into the new fiscal year. Other enhancements in terms of our services, our special needs pupil transportation. We provided, well, that's a $155,000 amount, which, you know, for our special needs transportation with the schools. The deputy sheriff, we provided him with an additional, well, just one FTE to cover the new circuit court building in terms of the renovation. The general registrar, we provided them for additional $66,000 for to cover their expenses pertaining to the law changes and the upcoming presidential election, which they think they're going to get a large voter turnout. Outside nonprofit agencies, as you remember, it was called the
Agency Budget Review.
yeah, ABRT, but now it's called the Vibrant Community Fund. As you can see there, you underwent some significant changes for the FY21 review process, and this was primarily a year-long review led by the City Council, as well as community members and staff. The overall pool of funds, as we talked about, you know, we increased that from 3.1 to 3.3 million, I'm sorry, 2.1 to 2.3 million, with about $70,000+ that could be used for additional allocations, you know, based upon discretion of the council. All these numbers start to look alike after a while. Outside nonprofit agencies, you know, we did an increase to Jaunt. Now, this is much less than what they requested with Jaunt. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, remind us for this whole section, how these numbers, because there are contractual obligations, how does that work in terms of how we determine those numbers? I guess Ryan can.
It's different for each agency.
Okay.
Some of them are based on population, some of them are based on other contractual agreements we have. So when we have the agency work session, we'll get into a little more detail on some of these, how they're calculated and determined.
The Jefferson Madison Library, we provide them with $41,000 for basically an additional position. As you can see, we had decreases in terms of our contributions to the jail as well as the detention center, and those funding agreements are based upon a 5-year cycle. And then also we provided an increase to the health department as well as to the SPCA, but as you know, that's a formula that's based upon population and use. As you can see, we had a large increase going over to transit, and that was primarily because we had decreased state and federal funding. And then two, our revenue for our fare boxes wasn't as high as we expected, but as Mr. Williams is currently doing, is looking at new ways that we can, go after grants and different things like that, because we didn't have an accurate way of counting the number of people that were coming on the bus and the different uses that we have for those services. So he's looking at different ways to be able to increase our overall revenues. We did an increase to social services. As you know, we get reimbursed for a lot of different things that go on within the social services, but these were expenditures on our side, the city side. The debt service, we provide an additional increase of $249,000 for FY21 just to keep us level. And then the capital and projects, the overall increase, I know that we always talk about a 3% transfer, but as we mentioned before, we've gone, especially over the last couple of years, an increase over that 3%, where it's at $399,000 going over there for capital projects. The overall capital improvement program, which is about $35.3 million in FY21. As we put the dollars in there, we talked about affordable housing, schools capital, West Main, and I want to talk a little bit more about that too when we talk about West Main as well as Belmont Bridge, because for that it's like a connection, because you talk about new sidewalks and sidewalk repair, and we put $600,000 in there. But people are asking, okay, where are these additional sidewalks coming from? I mean, are we going to get more? And when you have those other projects there, that's also going to have new sidewalks. I think one of the things we wanted to make sure is that we are taking care of our sidewalks in terms of the sidewalk repairs in different areas, because that's a legal liability if you don't make sure that the sidewalks are repaired and someone gets hurt. The I-80 sidewalk and pedestrian improvements, we're still moving forward with dollars for that, yes.
So that's a change from what we'd seen previously, correct?
No, this is...
So what buckets is that falling into? Because obviously we get a lot of feedback on these buckets being reduced or...
As it says, it's these new sidewalks and the sidewalk repairs are two different buckets of funding that we put sidewalk dollars into, as well as the ADA sidewalk and pedestrian improvements such as curb cut ramps and things of those natures. Those are, but those were in the original CIP. Sorry, I'm not sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure this might. Okay. Sorry. As I was saying, is the new sidewalks and the sidewalk repair are two different buckets that were in the initial CIP, as well as the ADA sidewalk and pedestrian improvements, such as for the curb cut ramps and other ADA improvements throughout the ramps. But those were reflected in the initial CIP that was shown to.
But were they just reduced from other prior years? That's what it was. I'm sorry, I get the delta in my head. So the delta is a few $100,000 different for each.
There was a reduction in some of those items, yes.
And we'll be just talking about that more during our CIP
work session is on March 26th.
Yes.
As I was saying before, to say that we're not doing anything in terms of new sidewalks, we are, and including in some of those larger projects. When we talk about the Belmont Bridge as well as West Main Street improvements and other smart scale projects that we have that will be putting additional sidewalks in throughout the city. What's not in the FY21 budget, and we wanted to do is show those various things that you did talk about, and in terms of the impact that it would have on a tax rate if you did fund these particular items. And as I mentioned before, the difference with the schools full operating request, and as they said, they may come back with a little more of an adjustment with the new insurance quote that they got. So that number may come down, but that would be about 3 cents on the tax rate. The departmental request, there was about $8 million in that. We did not put that in, which would have been about 10 cents on the tax rate. Talked about fire. They talked about these 12 additional full-time employees, which would be about 1.3 million, a little above 1.5 cents on the tax rate, approximately 1.6. Also, too, we talked about the cost of living adjustment. If we move to that 3%, as I mentioned previously, it'd be additional $520,000. The wages and compensation issues for employees, as was mentioned, who make under $50,000, to address that, that would be about $500,000. Also, too, the Charlottesville Housing Affordable Grant Program, which is basically CHAP, the changes would be about $398,000. The strategic initiatives and equity fund, if we put the $1.5 million in there, that would be approximately 1.8 cents on the tax rate. The unfunded, now this is the big one.
Ryan just wanted to show this number.
This is the big one. The unfunded CIP projects, which was $123 million, as everyone was talking about, and the capital side, why aren't we funding it? All those projects to the maximum amount. If we did that, I mean, you're talking about a $1.50 increase on the tax rate. So, I mean, you have to be able to look at it and look at it holistically in terms of what you can afford and what you can't afford. We talked about Deputy City Manager of Equity and Human Services. That didn't come from my request. That's about $215,000. The Director of Measurement and Solutions, which we talked about, would be about $175,000. And then for the fun part of the year.
Mark.
Yeah. So,
Just keep marching.
yeah. So on March 5th, we'll have that work session, basically talk about the revenues and expenditures. March 12th, we'll come back again. We'll talk about outside and nonprofit agencies. Moving forward on the 16th, we'll talk about the tax rates and proposed budget, which will be the public hearing. So we're getting towards the end. March 24th, we'll have that community budget forum, which you recently talked about, Councilwoman Hill. And then March 26th, we'll have the capital improvement work session. And then moving on to April 6th, we'll have the second public hearing on the budget and our first reading. And then tentatively, we talk about the work session. I don't know if we need to have that or not. If we get through all this stuff, and we'll be ready to move. Okay, I got you. I got you. And then April 14th, that's when we'll have our final budget approval. And that'll move us into fiscal year 2021. That's all I have. Thank you. Oh, did want to say one other thing too. I know everyone wants to look at the budget and play around with the different models that you can use throughout our system that we have. That's the website right there, and that'll show you all of our numbers in terms of our proposed budget for 21. No questions tonight, or we gonna wait till Thursday? But I will say this, what we want to do is be well prepared for Thursday. So if there's anything that you may have or want to discuss in a little more detail, Could you please email that to us? I know we're off tomorrow, but some of us will still be working. So if you will email us, we can start putting that together as we work on our presentation for Thursday.
So I would want to definitely see a scenario where outside of a tax increase, where and I know I'll have more questions by Thursday, but where the COLA was increased from the 2 to 3%.
What do you want to see in particular? Because as I said before, that's $500,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just what are the other options? What?
Okay.
I mean, I don't have enough information to come up with other options, but I'm just saying there has to be some other options.
What do you mean, like if we went to 1.5% or 1%? Or
No, like where would the money come from other than a tax increase? Like what?
Well, we would have to go back, and as I always tell councils I worked with before, give me what you're looking for, and I can come back with it, rather than going back and saying, well, we can cut line item, because that would just be inefficient.
And then the other thing, the housing affordability grant program. The way this community is developing, the strong stance that you just heard from this council on increased units, even if there isn't an affordable component that's benefiting. If you just take what we just talked about earlier, you have 105 units where 10 of those will possibly be for lower income, and lower for half of those is $70,000. Those developments increase the number of individuals who can afford those rents. There's no cap on the rents for the building, so there could be someone earning $300,000 renting the $1,200, $1,500 unit, which they could afford, and you're still not providing individuals who are lower income the stability to be able to stay here. And if you are consistently bringing in 100 people and who are higher income, that means that at some point that is what has fueled this displacement that we're talking about now. So this is just one component to keep current homeowners in their homes and able to afford the increase, whether it's assessment or tax increase. And that's something that not funding means that the very people who are vulnerable, the most vulnerable, will remain that way. If the across the board COLA increase, if this can be a more, targeted approach where it's not one rate across the board. I don't know if that's legal, but I guess that's a question that I have. I proposed that last year too, with the 4.17 increase. Is that a possibility? But I think last year it was any employees under that 75,000 a year bracket who would have received the 4.17, and then there were just recommendations.
Certain tiers for different levels of staffing. As you can recall last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, but employees did get that 4.17%, as well as public safety folks got up to nearly, 10%?
An additional 4.83 for the police, That was on the police side.
Okay. I understand. Thank you very much. The police got the increase, but as we talked about before, as the gentleman came before you today and talked about, my evaluation and everything else he wanted to say that was negative about me, the 1.2 million to talk about the compensation study. And as we talked about before, if we had to put that compensation study within the tax rate, it would have increased it, the tax rate. So what we did was we looked at the year-end surplus to be able to move that money into that bucket in terms of us being able to provide that compensation study. But as we talked about, if that compensation did come back way less, that would provide us with additional funding to be able to start at the tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 level to be able to start those incremental increases for everyone, including the gentleman from the fire department, in terms of their salaries being raised to be able to start that process. So we would have the funding, because I know with the way that, our expenditures were and then trying to stay within the current tax rate, we wouldn't be able to fund that going into this fiscal year if we're able to do it and get it done within the next, I would say, 6 months or so.
And that's some of the information that we have been looking for over the years, is just because I know, like you said, CPD received the increase, the additional, but at some point, I think last year the conversation, or the past 2 years, was everyone but the sheriff office has had targeted increases. Right. Is that the case? Am I remember that?
I'd have to double check.
Yeah.
And so that's what we want to be able to look at, because see, everyone says about these studies that were done, but those studies were not authorized by a person in human resources to be able to do it, to do a quality study. So what we're doing now is being able to get a consultant to be able to do a study that can be testable, and justified based upon what is going to be done. And as the gentleman said, in terms of the raise and everything like that I was supposed to get, but I didn't take, because I looked at the other employees who, as you mentioned before, Mayor, who are making less. I didn't take the $10,000 raise when it was offered. I wanted to make sure that the employees were taken care of first, and then moving forward, if I ever got a raise, I would do it based upon whatever the cost of living adjustment was for employees.
I just think what people are asking, and that we can make clear, is that there are, the 1.2 is a lot of money. Everyone will acknowledge that, and that especially with what we just heard tonight from fire, police, like having that information to be able to, which is going to apparently come through the study, and that's the only way that we're going to get it, is for them, looking at their immediate needs is what the concerns are. So the 12 additional FTEs for fire, was it 9 at some point? Or did I miss something?
We were told at one time it was 9. Then today I was told it was 15 or 12. That's something we'll need to look at with the fire chief to get an exact number. But as I told you before, that this is something that just can't be done overnight in terms of hiring that many at one time. We could do this over a period of time, but it has to be strategic in the way that we do it. So it's not impacting other departments. As you can see, when we talked about the percentage that's giving to public safety, it's much more in terms of the allocation that's provided to these other departments throughout the city.
Well, I know we want the fuller discussion to be on Thursday, so I'll just run through some things that I had written down.
And you can email it to us, so we'll have it.
And I'll email it as well.
Thank you.
When it comes to affordable housing, just discussion around, there's $800,000 in the CAF. I know the Planning Commission recommended to put that up to $1.5 million. Just a discussion around the feasibility of that and what we can do as well.
And we achieved that.
That was for this current fiscal year.
Yes.
There's 1.5 in the CAF this year?
Right now.
Right now, because we put the
With a
700,000
surplus.
Well,
year in surplus.
Good point. Related to that.
Which, let me just say this, which, helped us, because if we had to put it in the FY21 budget, it would increase the tax rate again. So what we're trying to do is say we need to look at this thing holistically. And as I talked to all the counselors at the last retreat, well, I think it was a budget session. It could have been one of our many meetings that we have. But was that we need to start looking at this stuff and meeting more as a council to be able to talk about these financial things that you want to do, so we can look at strategically planning that in terms of how we go about it in a fiscal year. You know, if we have this year in surplus, here's what we're exactly going to do.
For sure.
I did that.
And
I appreciate that, man.
Okay, I was lying.
as well as, you know, it's a longer term, bigger conversation, but as well as mechanisms to try and provide that more stable funding for the CAF. I know relying on surplus just introduces a lot of uncertainty into that process. Another affordable housing item, the funding for CRHA, I know it's 1.5 this year. I think at one point it's Planning Commission recommended $3 million next year. I just want to, it may already be at this point, I just want to be 100% sure that both CRHA and FAR are comfortable with that being a level of funding that allows them to do what they need to do, and they feel safe in the stability of those funds. We may already be at that point.
And I just want to say one thing, as I can hear Ms. Johnson behind me somewhere, but I'm making sure, as we talked about before with the 1.5, but making sure those expenditures are there, because if we don't do it in that way, that we're going to impact some other projects. But as I told her, as well as folks from FAR, as well as CRHA board, and anybody else I can talk to from, one of the communities, is that, it's bondable dollars. We can make adjustments in terms of that to be able to make that happen, because you have other projects that may not go within that fiscal year for some delays or different things like that.
For sure. And the last affordable housing thing, I know it's a number that nobody wants to hear, but the estimate for the amount of money we need to invest each year to meet the existing housing need is around $10 million a year. I'm not saying we're going to get to that level this year, but that's the number that's been estimated. And right now we're at about 20 million over 5 years. And I just, as a community, for us to be aware that that's the gap that exists between the funding needed to reach affordable housing and what we have now. Maybe there's things that can be locally. I think there's state and federal money that needs to be invested as well, but that's just the level of the gap. And we know that the free market and developers are not going to produce the affordable housing we need. So it's going to have to come through that investment. Additional thoughts on climate. I know, I understand why it might not necessarily be in this budget, but I think that one of the major budget themes listed was affordable housing, as I think it should be. But I think one of the other major budget themes needs to be climate change. We have set this emissions reduction target goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. That's going to require us to re-gear our government to make that a top focus.
And we are doing that. We do have that division over in Public Works where they're doing their best to look at ways that we can decrease our carbon footprint as a whole.
For sure. And I know, I think, in the budget, I think climate change was mentioned once explicitly. I don't think there's any expenditures directly related to climate mitigation. There's things indirectly for sure. But I just know that for, comparison, Albemarle County has $400,000 fund for climate change related policies. $250,000 of that is for green retrofitting affordable homes to make them more affordable through lower utilities. And again, I understand why it's not in this budget, but, Albemarle has put out a position to hire a climate protection program manager. And just again, if we're going to meet that goal, it's going to require more staffing. I understand why it's not in this budget, but just as a long-term goal, ending soon. For the firefighters, it is in the budget, and this was a statistic that sort of struck me, that it lists over a 5-year period the percentage of reports of a fire responded to within 6 minutes and 20 seconds. That's gone down 10% over a 5-year period. And I think more concerning to me, the percent of EMS incidents responded to within 6 minutes, 20 seconds has gone down from 77% to 48%. And I know that, there's an article in the Progress just today about the rescue squad is having fewer volunteers. I mean, I understand.
But they did say that they were still there and still on calls.
Yeah, but I think, again, it highlights that I do think there is, a serious conversation to have.
It's the way that we need to go about strategically planning and looking at the reallocation of our resources in terms of the way that we operate on a day-to-day basis within the fire service, as well as working with CARS and then our surrounding county to talk about how we operate.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I just, I understand it's difficult, but I hope we can get to a place where there's some level of consensus and feeling that there's good faith and that people are sure that in terms of their working conditions or hours worked and what they have to do is not unreasonable, which I think it is right now. And the final piece in the CIP, again, I know there's about $5 million allocated towards the parking garage. I know that total expenditures are on $10 million. I can continue to have major concerns about that project, and I know, we're spending $1 million to do the compensation study, and there's discussion of right-sizing apartments with the philosophy, which I agree with, that you need data to back up the expenditures you're making to make sure it's efficient. And I just don't know if the last parking study I'm aware of was 2015, showed there's no time. Both the Water Street and Market Street garages are at capacity, and it recommended not new parking spaces, but just managing them better. There's discussion of the connection with the courts deal, which requires 90 spaces for the county. There's 60 on that existing surface lot that'll be built on. You've got the deal with Dewberry was going to give them 75 spots, and that was not something we thought we need to build a parking garage to address. It's very informal, but the city has data on the number of parking spaces available. Someone just built something to scrape that number, make a data visualization of it. And this past month, again, there was no time of day that both garages were at capacity. And I just want to make sure that there's actual need for it. And the final thing is...
Well, let me just say one thing about the parking, too. And then we're going to do this Belmont Bridge thing, and, it's going to take up in different development that's going to go on over on the other side of the bridge, so it impacts our employees, they're parking so far away and trying to get into work. What this will do, although we are providing a lot of parking spaces for the county, but also, too, it provides another opportunity for our city employees to have parking spaces.
Well, again, I think the issue of parking, is one of the issues of city expenditures where it's maybe most common that there's a gap between the perception and the actual need.
Yeah.
I know in Richmond, they just did a recent parking study. It showed 41% of their land downtown went to parking. At peak utilization, 67% of those spots were used. Mm-hmm. At night, it was 69%. And yet 73% of people said there wasn't enough parking. So I just think it could be very easy for us to spend $10 million on this to meet a need that's not exactly there, and people are still going to think there's just not enough parking, because it's just always, that's always the feedback.
I understand.
But that's all I have.
You sure now?
Yeah.
The main thing I've brought up to you many times is I just feel really strongly about our bike and pedestrian infrastructure, and I realize there are investments there, but I certainly can understand the concern that is coming from the community when we see those investments being reduced. And then I also share the concerns of just making sure that our public safety is we're able to meet the needs of this community.
And I think that's, as you mentioned too, I think that's why I keep saying we need to have these meetings so we can, put together our strategic plan, different things like that, because, maybe you don't, but I do. I get it from both sides. You talk about housing here, you talk about schools, you talk about bike, pedestrian. So trying to put all those things in a budget and trying to do all the different things that we need to do, as well as take care of our staff. There's a lot of different balls in the air and trying to fund various things. So I think that, as I talked about before, these meetings are very important in terms of how y'all want to move forward.
I agree. That's why we all look like we feel like we can run over tonight. It's just this is going to be a tough month.
So I have a couple questions. So the transit increase, that does also include, it says 4 drivers, is that?
Where are you at?
No, that says last year, okay. So does this 542 on the transfer funds to other funds, does that include the increase to FTEs?
I'm trying to get, okay, all right. That
540, this is page 27 on the handout. And then I'm on page, in that section, I-19.
You got that, Brian? Anywhere?
So that's one question. The debt service, is this going to be an additional payment, or is this going to be put into reserves?
Is Chris here? Talk about debt service. I try to give you the night off, but.
I didn't even see it back there.
Yeah, so the 200,000 is cash actually to the debt service. The 49,000 is the difference in the meals tax, the penny that's dedicated to go to debt service. Part of that will go, as we are planning out the debt projection, some of that does go to the debt service fund balance. So our debt service payment actually is a little around $11 million. So the 200,000 is a way for us to sort of level out that payment and the pressure on the general fund over time. So when we look at that, when we look at the CIP work session, you'll see that even increasing the debt service by 200,000 with the CIP that we have planned, we're looking at probably annual increases of $500,000 to $600,000 a year just to be able to make the required debt service payments that will be required, 5 to 6 years from now.
And this takes into account decision we made to redistribute the $13 million to debt services, or no?
You talking about the change we made last year?
No, we just made it a couple of months ago where we had the presentation where the money that was in reserves could now be allocated towards debt services. Is that?
In the debt service fund? Yeah, so part of what we do with a debt service projection is the cash that comes over from the general fund. So this year, I'm pulling this number off the top of my head, but I think it's like $8 million and some change. But as I said, our debt service payment is a little over $1 million. So we're drawing down roughly $1 million to $2 million. I'll get the exact numbers for you, but we are drawing some of the debt service fund balance down just to make the debt service payment. So basically, the general fund, because of the debt service fund balance, we're able to provide a savings, if you will. We're not stressing the general fund with the full debt service payment because we have smoothed out these transfers over time to build up the fund balance and offset the debt payment.
And that's one of the things I wanted to talk about a little bit more too, when you talk about that debt service and the INS, well, debt service fund balance. We've been using that to try to lessen the burden on the tax rate. Now, as you move forward, I think it's 2025, 26, if we continue to do what we're doing in terms of funding those various projects, that's going to be gone. So that the full, having to account for that is going to have to come solely from the general fund.
Well, I understand that. I was just wondering, since that was a new, that was just presented to us to start using that fund, which had just been a kind of reserve pot, an if-then scenario. Then something like this, do we need to do both in the same year? And I hear what you all are saying, but that is just where my, like with that decision that we made a month or so ago, hold us over to use this 200, since the 49 would have to go for something else.
So to answer your question, the 49,000 is related to the meals tax.
Yeah,
so we
that's why I
can't
took it
change
out.
that. But the 200,000, we could reduce that transfer. You're just kicking the can down the road though. So,
I understand, and the only reason I'm even suggesting is just that we just made a decision for
Right.
something that funds that hadn't been touched before are now able to be utilized. Could we just pull an additional this year 200 from there or something? So that I'll just ask those on Thursday too, but that's just a question that I had.
And just to be clear, I mean, we've actually been drawing down on that debt service fund balance for a while.
Okay.
But we've also been adding to it as well. So, every year is a little bit different, depends on our bond sizes, when we can refund bonds, but we have been using the debt service fund balance some too. And I'll make sure that we talk about that with the CIP. I'll show you a table that
Okay, yeah,
illustrates that a
that'll
little
be
bit
good,
better.
because just the way I remember it being presented was just that it was here, it was a reserve pot, and now we want to start drawing it down a little bit.
Yeah, I think we're drawing it down faster.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know we've seen different versions of summaries, but it would be helpful just to kind of understand from year to year by department in a summary form. I mean, I can go through this, I guess, and do it, but is there just something that's kind of summarizes the changes from year to year?
In terms of,
Like up or down?
well, that should be in your book.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there's like, is there a place where it's summarized? Or is it, because I can go through every tab, that's fine. I'm just curious if there's something that just summarizes that.
It would just be, I think it would, it would.
So section C a little bit, will show you, by department. It'll give you the actuals for 19 and it'll show the budget for 20 to 21. Now there's some sections that are really summarized at a higher level, i.e. like programs for some agencies for courts and public safety and things like that. But, you know, most of the larger departments, you can find a comparison.
Thank you. We just got these right before we came in, so I looked at it online, but I hadn't had a chance.
Fresh off the press.
And I do have one more thing. I couldn't tell if they were just changes from the ABRT process, and it may just be that's the case, but I noticed them as funding for the free clinic going down by around 40%. I'm not sure what their overall budget picture looks like, are there other funding sources, but given the unique service that provides and the population that it provides services to, I just want to make sure they're able to provide their core mission effectively. And likewise, the FAR internship program, I believe, had zeroed out funding. I'm guessing that's just changes in the ABRT process, but
That's, yeah, it's just changes in how the funding was allocated based on the conversations we had at the previous work sessions. And as Dr. Richardson mentioned, as part of the changes, you guys had also recommended that we have kind of I'll call it a holdback of a certain amount, which turned out with all the changes was around approximately $70,000 for you to be able to reallocate either during this process or throughout the year to some of these issues that may come up to the various agencies. And we'll definitely have a deeper discussion about that on the 12th as well. But so that's there. And in addition to the budget on this website, there's also a link to the Vibrant Communities Funds report, which goes into a little bit more detail about what programs within these agencies, because this book summarizes at the agency level what programs are and are not funded and the reasoning behind that. So.
You have your book, Neil.
Yeah.
Right. That.
70 isn't enough, but I whispered that.
Yes, I'm not a lot. I mean, yes.
So,
Any more
any
questions?
more questions? Okay, all right. It's bedtime. And it's almost time for us to do our 11:30 thing.
Oh, yeah, we have to because we have that thing at the bottom now.
We've turned into pumpkins.
All right, thank you.
Because the G, section G of the consent agenda.
Yeah, we have.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so next we have item G that was moved from the consent agenda. The referral of accessory dwelling units, middle density zoning, affordable dwelling unit zoning, text amendments, referring those to the planning commission. And now we're gonna have guess we can go right into discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I requested that these get pulled off the consent agenda to discuss so that we could look at breaking these three things into three separate items. I just find that personally, when it comes to reviewing the affordable dwelling unit zoning text amendments, that I need more time to understand the implications of these, to meet with both staff and others it's a lot in this, and that's why I requested that this get pulled to look at further.
My thought on it, and I think I said some of this in an email I sent to you all today, but my real thought on it was that we are required by our own code to send at least half of this back. It might be possible to separate out half of it and say that's not really a zoning amendment, therefore it doesn't have to go back to the Planning Commission, but they're pretty interrelated. And in any event, it seems to me that if we've got to send it to the Planning Commission anyway for 100 days, that what we ought to do is decide for ourselves that we're not just going to wait 100 days, that we're going to engage with the Planning Commission, that we're going to engage with the Housing Advisory Committee, and that we are going to not simply throw it back and ignore it and wait for something to come back to us in 100 days, but we're going to use this 100 days as the time that we might readily spend on our own, dithering on our own, to at least dither productively with the other people who know something about the whole thing. And so the more I've thought about, although I have a lot of real concerns about some of the things that have been drafted for some of the reasons that have been expressed in comments at the beginning tonight, I don't know that it is terribly useful for us to parse too finely tonight how we want the referral back to the Planning Commission to go, provided that it has two basic things. One is that we want the current membership to be involved in that process as well. And two, that we want to be involved in it as well, and that we're not just waiting 100 days before we next think about it again.
So I think just by the nature of how these things work, that in the 100 days that the community was going to be very active about their feedback, both to us and the Planning Commission. We don't know what the Planning Commission feedback will be yet, and so we will get that. 3 of us will be in the room when that occurs to hear that feedback. And then we will hear it again here and have a public hearing. So I read the concerns about from members of the HAC who wanted this to come before them before it arrived to us or to the Planning Commission. And I think that for me, I am supportive and want to honor the process of us getting the proposals. I know when Ms. Pethia was here, that was some of the concern that she had about her kind of thoughts and ideas being changed before they ever reached us. And so that is I support this going before with the understanding that we already had staff look at changes instead of, the original comments during the work session was there would be no hack. There's already a proposal for what changing hack but still having a policy board will look like. Does that have to be the final? No, because I think we're going to get some feedback on that. So I never thought, and especially something that was this, I think I knew, and I hope that we all knew that we were going to get a lot of feedback about this, and I never expected it to only be what was presented, but I do support, and I do support this going to the Planning Commission, and I do support the changes in HAC, and I've said that since I've been here. I know it was something that we talked about looking at last year, so even before this, Mr. Sells was even hired, and we wanted to give you all time to be a part of the process from this standpoint before those decisions were made, instead of making them with the previous council. So there was thought that has been put into this for a while.
Not just unique to any one group, but looking across many of our boards and commissions, and how do we make them more efficient?
I understand that for me, all three of these things being together on one thing is, there are two of them line up in my mind, one of them does not, which is why I have a difficult time with these all three being on the same resolution. I see them as they are different things to me, which is why I wanted them to be separated out. As far as, and again, the affordable dwelling unit zoning text amendment, if I am going to at some point be voting on this, I definitely need to understand it an awful lot more and what the implications are, because as I am reading through it, regardless of what other people have said, and I have talked to a number of different people, I am unsure of the way it is currently written, if it's going to be actually assisting us in getting affordable dwelling units. And whether or not that's, and this is big, this is huge, especially with what's coming, hopefully, and it might be totally changed with what's coming down the pipe, hopefully at the General Assembly level, but I'm very comfortable with the accessory dwelling unit and the middle density zoning going forward to Planning Commission to be looked at. I'm also still unsure how much of the affordable, the AFDU, or the affordable dwelling unit zoning, I am unsure as to how much of that is even Planning Commission, it seems like, and how much of that is policy that's more city council oriented policy. And I've been trying to weed through this and get my mind wrapped around it. And it's just, the more I read it, the more I realize how big it is. And I just want to make sure we are doing the due diligence to really make sure that what we're looking at and what we're agreeing to is what we want. And I know this is just so it goes to the Planning Commission, but when it comes to affordable dwelling unit zoning, I don't know what the Planning Commission's expertise in is that right now. And at the end of the day, I'm going to have to sign off on this or not sign off on this. And I want to make sure I have really good, solid understanding of what it is I'm doing.
I understand that. I hope that we would get that over the course of the, 4 months, by the time it probably ends up back to us. There was something that we received from one, I think, of the HAC members about the, home builders, and Dan talked about it tonight, and it going from, the rent prices versus AMI, and that's something that I am definitely planning to research a lot more. But I even stated because we don't know whether this work or not, I stated at the work session that if we need to evaluate this, not years from now, whatever's passed, that the moment we realize that it's not serving the citizens that we intended for this to serve, and if those tri and quads or whatever are going to individuals that we did not change the plan for it to go to, that we need to revisit it and change those things immediately, and revisit that. So fully acknowledging that we don't know, in terms of having the answers about what it will produce, but definitely interested in what this next 4 months of conversation will look like.
And I'm concerned that it seems to be the idea that the next 4 months of conversation would not include the current hack. That's what I'm hearing from you. I don't know whether it's what you intend, but that's what I'm hearing from you.
That you're hearing from me what? I never.
That you don't intend the current hack to be a part of the process.
Well, by the nature of that group, there would be no way they wouldn't be a part of the process. So if you've been paying attention to hack, and like I said, I read the letter, so I am paying attention to what they're sending. I didn't ignore it, I wouldn't have opened it. So there's no way that anyone would think that that group would not be a part of giving us feedback about what their thoughts are. If there is what you're saying is if you are trying to set up a formal process where we are having a work session or something with them, no, that is not what I was thinking, but there was never a thought in my mind that they would not be giving us feedback. I knew as soon as this information was released that we would get feedback.
Well, there's a difference between receiving emails, even reading emails, and meeting with people and having them be part of the process of drafting documents and part of the give and take of a committee or a work session or whatever. And I just think
I'm
that
aware of that.
I just think that we have a number of players in all of this who have been players and know a lot about it all. Just as an example, the fact that we've got this discussion of $25,000 loan program for city employees and so on, that was something that the HAC discussed in some detail 3 years ago and had some plans on and some thoughts on and some feedback on. And here we're coming up with a version that seems to be attempting to retread ground that was already trod 3 years ago, already rejected 3 years ago. It seems to me they've got some expertise that we ought to be intentionally availing ourselves of and not merely hoping we get an email from them.
Okay, I have a very different thought process about what I believe about what should be done next. I'm just one, as people point out all the time, of five. And so I think instead of us going through this forever, it's whatever you all are looking for in terms of HAC participation in this. And what I would hope that council is open to is that when we are talking about what the benefits has been, we've only heard about policy, right, and the policy recommendation, which I think, as anyone know, vouchers, the landlord policy, those are all things that I fully support. What my main concern has been funding, how it's been allocated, how it's been used, the data about, like, of the $24 million, $12 million has gone to one agency. Is that effective use of the monies? Is there a better way to use those resources? Is it ensuring that homes remain affordable? Is it ensuring that we are building more homes? Those are the full conversations, because the only thing that I'm interested in what the city does, what HAC does, what anyone does, is that families who don't have the means to live in this elite city that we have created, including me, but I have not been one of those people to create it, can live in the city, not on the outskirts of the city, but remain here. And if there's anything that's in the way of us making sure that we are able to maximize the number of families who are not pushed out and displaced, families whose homes no longer belong to them because they cannot afford to live in them, all the things that, if you read the missions of these nonprofits that they say they are aligned with, as long as there is true alignment, I am on board with anyone being at the table. If there is not true alignment, I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to advocate for a different process. So I support anything that's authentic and gets us to that true need of meeting the needs of families. We just talked about earlier, and there was a comment made about the nonprofit industrial complex, not related to hack, but that is a true thing too. So we just need to be able to be honest and have open debates, and if any of us can do anything differently, we need to be open to doing that. If we can do things better, we need to be open to doing that. That's how I feel, and again, they sent emails, I read them. I have questions as a result of them. I did not ignore them. And so just like you did, I did.
And based on our work session discussion, what I felt like we were aligned on is recognizing that there does need to be a shift in terms of how what board or what group is going to be reviewing the requests for funding.
Definitely.
And so that's something I thought we all kind of agreed on. And then second to that, there was a strong opinion that, you know what, there should be a subset of this group that does help guide council related to policy. But that should be working directly with the council and providing direct feedback to the council, whereas this other group is much more driven on how we're understanding how we're going to be reviewing requests for funding and the other items that were listed there. It's my understanding from staff that they do want us to look at all these things kind of comprehensively. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, I do want to address one concern, which is the enabling legislation. And again, the city, and I'll put in a plug for Delegate Hudson right now, is probably going to be placed, if the governor signs the bill, under the authority of 15.2-2304. But both 2304 and 2305, again, I'm not sure why, but they say an affordable dwelling unit ordinance has to be part of the zoning ordinance. And since that's in the text of the statute, 15.2-2285 requires that any zoning text amendment goes to the Planning Commission. And so when you're talking, and I know there's a substance and then there's procedure, but I just want to go over the procedure, that's part of why this has to go to the Planning Commission, the affordable dwelling unit, because it says that it becomes part of the zoning ordinance if it's enacted by council.
Thank you. Again, I was.
Well, I guess, the way I thought about it reading it is just like Councilor McGill, at least for myself, I just thought of it as multiple different policies that address different things, and that there's like multiple different debates going on within this, and just trying to, is there ways we can pull out those specific policy items in each specific debate? Like I see there's the question of the incenting zoning provisions around the accessory dwelling units in middle density. Like that's one policy. Like, is that referred to the Planning Commission and do we support it or not? And generally, I feel like those two incentive zoning provisions are pretty good. Like I think, I had some questions, especially around the areas near the university, why they're excluded, and just I'm sure that's something the Planning Commission will address as well. So that's one piece of it. The second piece, the beginning part of the document in terms of changing definitions of affordability, some of the specific compositions and roles of the Affordable Dwelling Unit Advisory Board, and then separate from all that, I think this larger and I think bigger and harder debate around the future of the hack and what changes we want to make for it and the role we want to have. And these are all totally different debates, and I would agree with Councilman McGill. I think we kind of have to pull them out and figure out which one we're discussing. Again, I think there's a lot of good things in the accessory dwelling unit and middle density incentives, and I'm definitely fine referring that to the Planning Commission. Maybe the Planning Commission is the next step anyway, I don't know, but I do have significant concerns around definition of affordability being around the dollar amount of rent as opposed to AMI, and if that could have any unintended consequences of pushing more housing towards that 70 to 80% of AMI level as opposed to those deeper affordability levels, as well as just thinking through what is the exact composition and role of the Affordable Dwelling Unit Advisory Board. And then the final thing, which isn't in this ordinance, so it's not something that we're voting on tonight, but I do think there's that much bigger conversation about the hack I think there's definitely changes that need to be made to the hack in terms of its size, as well as right now they have an allocations committee where everyone on that committee is not able to receive funds from the CAF, but I think there's more we can do to build that firewall and completely separate allocations from the hack. But I do strongly believe that while changes can be made, when I just step back and I think about what can we do to provide the most affordable units as possible, provide them at the deepest affordability levels for the longest period, I do think that the hack in some role has to be a part of that for us to be as effective as possible. Just thinking about, when I've talked to folks with FAR, Legal Aid Justice Center, CLIC, and how important they see the role of the hack in the future as well as in the past, thinking about programs like CSRAP and other things. And so I think there's definitely changes we have to make, but if we totally get rid of it and shut that policy advisory board that reports to the council, that it's just going to make us harder to address this issue because, like I was saying earlier, the estimate is $10 million a year of city investment needed to meet the gap, over 4,000 interventions needed. It's going to require the entire community to address that problem. It's just too fundamental and difficult to not have that be part of it. But again, that's I think a bigger separate conversation from this. And I guess for us, the question is, what do we vote on now?
So I guess first it would be, are there any other comments?
I do want to tell staff that I do appreciate the amount of work that's gone into this. This is not, I just need, my whole point in bringing this up and asking for it to be broken out was so that I could have some more time to really dig into there's a lot of changes in that affordable dwelling unit zoning. And I just need to understand it better and how it is going to impact things, and if it is based on other areas that have done similar things, how it has worked for them. And I need to see some of how that's actually been benefiting other places. Because we're running out of we don't have any affordable units. And I just don't want to do more damage accidentally. The unintended consequences.
And I just want to add one thing that from the work session, and again, the work session that occurred, it's an idea about, possible innovations in policy. And one thing that Councilor Snook stated at that work session that is certainly true, while the proposed affordable dwelling unit ordinance is proposing a new body that would work with the housing coordinator on certain topics, that certainly doesn't preclude in some way having a new charter for the hack from this council. That would be more policy oriented. It's not as if, creating one completely extinguishes the other. And I just want to make that point, that it's not, again, simply because the hack may be reconstituted and have a new charter, doesn't mean that this new body that is being proposed automatically ends the hack.
Yes,
But to be fair, that's 100% right. But to be fair, I think the public engagement is because the idea of eliminating the hack was proposed at the work session.
Well, it was stated that the creation of this body, pursuant to the statute, was going to, there'd be a new housing advisory board. And then, as you're right, that was proposed, but then as Councilor Snook, and I believe you chimed in as well about, well, what about a policy role for the hack?
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's certainly within your purview to just say, look, even if we have this board that would be advising the housing program administered by the city, a policy board is still, again, per 15.2 1411, it's an advisory board to the city council, as the hack is today.
Okay, so Is there a, I guess we need to do a motion to,
I guess maybe,
I mean, do I hear that there's energy for us to refer this and recognize that we're going to have our own engagement and the engagement of other stakeholders in this process? This is where we begin. I don't understand where else we're going to begin.
Well, again, I don't know if others agree, but I do think it makes sense to separate out the incentive zoning provisions, the accessory dwelling unit provisions, and the middle density incentives, and go ahead and send that to the Planning Commission, but to wait and think about and get feedback from the HAC and others about those first changes in terms of the definitions of affordability, going from rent level to moving from AMI to the rent level, and those other changes. Again, I don't know if others will agree with that, and I would, regardless of how it proceeds, I would like to hear feedback from the HAC about the proposals. Again, recognizing that whatever feedback they give is not become policy. We don't have to accept it, but to just have that information.
and one thing that we could potentially do is, during this process, we can get, people are going to be sending feedback, but we could have a work session after the Planning Commission recommendation versus coming straight here if you all need to have something before the council meeting. And so then we would have the recommendation from the Planning Commission, and then we could have another work session. I don't know what else instead of all bits, each one of us getting feedback from whoever feels comfortable calling us, we all need to be in the room together to hear that information. So we either are going to do it here, which is probably not sufficient. We probably need to schedule a work session in between the council meeting and the Planning Commission meeting.
Well, I guess, and I could be wrong and others could disagree, but I guess the way I've been thinking about it is it seems like there's consensus enough around those density incentive programs, accessory dwelling unit, and the middle density, that we don't need to have a full discussion. Although I could be wrong. If anyone disagrees with that,
I mean, I
let me
have some
know.
questions about whether that was one of my main questions, is whether they would serve the people we are changing this to serve. And there's a likelihood that it wouldn't, right? So.
Well, as well, and just looking at the number of units produced from it, period. But I agree, but it seems like there's enough consensus to send it to the Planning Commission and begin that process. But the stuff before that, it just seems like, at least for myself, I just don't really know what to think of it at this point, and I would like more time to evaluate it, and I would like to receive feedback from the HAC about it as well, those things separate from the density incentive programs. So the way I'm thinking about it is just like we do sort of something like, in terms of the information we're getting, similar to a work session. Maybe it is a work session about those first parts, but we might not need, there's already enough agreement that we don't need to have that deeper conversation around the accessory dwelling unit and middle density incentive programs. I don't know if others agree with that or not, but.
To think about things a little bit in practical terms, 99 days from tonight is the Planning Commission's meeting in June. If we tell them, give us an opinion on things, they will report to us, in theory, by June 9th, 2020. And we would be able to fairly soon thereafter begin to try to figure out what our response is going to be. My concern is that what I don't want to see happen is for us to just do a sort of, okay, send it back to the Planning Commission, and then whatever the Planning Commission comes up with none of us involved, with them not having been instructed to involve the people in the HAC in the discussions. I don't want to have a situation where maybe this just isn't going to happen, and maybe I'm just being foolish to think this, where the planning commission thinks on its own, here's we're going to write ourselves an ordinance. And that they, I just think we ought to be involved with it as early as possible and as completely as possible, and to have the HAC folks involved with it at the drafting phase as well, rather than we send it to the planning commission and we have a public hearing when it comes back to us. I'm not quite sure what the resolution ought to look like, but I want us to be able to be involved over the next 3 months.
So do you want to have a work session in sometime between now and before June?
I'm not sure, as I said, I'm not quite sure what it looks like to me, but it's got to go back to the planning commission. We may as well send it all back to the planning commission so we don't have separate 100 days periods running, so that on June 9th, 2020, we've got their best advice. But in the meantime, I just think that we already know that there are certain things about the first part that we have issues with. We know, for example, there are concerns that if we've emulated the Albemarle statute or the Albemarle ordinance, and the Albemarle ordinance hasn't created more than a couple of affordable units, maybe we know right now that that's not the way we want to be going. Maybe we want to say to the planning commission and make sure that they understand early in the process, not after they report back on June 9th, oh, by the way, we've already looked at it, we've already seen the numbers, we already know this doesn't work. We've sent it back to you just because we are required to send you what we want you to be talking about, but you don't have to come back with something that follows this. And we want to be part of the effort.
Well, would there be support for the approach of, again, sending the density incentive programs to the planning commission, perhaps sending the rest of it to the HAC, give them a directive to give them back to us within 30 days or something, then we vote on it again, send it to the planning commission, just to provide that period for us to research it more, hear feedback, get feedback from them, since it's the stuff beyond the density incentive programs that it seems like there's the most uncertainty and possible disagreement about.
So I don't support that because I don't understand the difference between HAC giving us suggestions now and giving us suggestions in 30 days. Like,
I guess, I mean,
the planning commission, even to speak to that, you all see our planning commission. They are not making their decisions based on what we think, and I hardly ever, again, like the Harris Street today, agree with, because it can't be a strong, affordable housing emphasis on, anything. So they will tell us what their thoughts are. They don't base it on what they think we want. They tell us based on what their area of expertise and what their research that they come up with. And then they also take into account public comments and any other feedback that they receive.
Well, I guess. There's definitely still that opportunity for the feedback and give and take. I mean, I guess it could potentially speed up the process in the sense that if we know there's disagreement and uncertainty about those other things besides the density incentives, instead of giving to the planning commission, they kick it back to us. When we can sort of more, before that begins, we can have more certainty and consensus among ourselves about what we support, what we don't support, and then not go through the process of it just being, they deal with it. There's things maybe from the beginning we could figure out that there's not going to be agreement on. I don't know.
My other question is related to how we're going to handle the allocations for the shorter term, because there seems to be a broad interest in kind of looking at how that is at least done. And so if we don't kind of act on that part of it as well, we're going to be prolonging when we actually make these allocations.
Well, and I could be wrong. I didn't think this changed the allocations process, anything in this agenda item.
It does.
It does.
Yes.
Well, it certainly doesn't
That's part
change
of
it
the
for the
first
next few
section.
months.
Not until there's action.
Yeah. I mean, okay, like I said, I would like the three separate things to be three separate items. It feels like pork barreling to me. And unless I have a line item veto, it makes me very uncomfortable to have all three things together on one thing.
Okay, so that's the first question. Is there support to separate the three items?
The three items being the
Accessory dwelling unit zoning, middle density zoning, and affordable dwelling unit zoning. Amendment text change. Yes, there is on my part.
I don't support it.
I mean, I thought of it in some ways being more than three things, but I think it just makes sense to separate it out because I don't think we're going to vote. It's hard when there's multiple different policies that have different perspectives on four policies and it's lumped together as one thing. It just makes it hard to vote on. Granted, we're not at that. Well, I guess we aren't.
Well, the issue is, do we send all three of them back to the planning commission? Right. And I think we have to. And the only issue is, do we do something else with the affordable dwelling unit piece before we send it back to the planning commission, or do we send it all back to the planning commission and let's be a part of trying to work our way through the system so that on June 9th we have a product. I would like to see us come up with a product that the planning commission passes on June 9th, that we've been a part of the public hearing process at that point. The statute and the ordinance clearly envision that we would have joint public hearings. Doesn't have to be just one, by the way. And that we can do this jointly, and that we're a part of the process from the beginning, so that we have a greater chance that when something gets to us, we're comfortable enacting it quickly.
One other aspect that may not be quite what you're getting at, Councilor McGill, but it could be that the council ask, sort of to your point, the idea of having a separate meeting and public hearing on the affordable dwelling unit ordinance itself. Rather than considering the other changes as a commission with the joint public hearing with council at let's say a May meeting for the accessory dwelling unit and the middle density incentive bonus zoning, but then the planning commission itself would be instructed to have a separate public hearing that considered just the affordable dwelling unit ordinance change.
And also that would be a month or two in advance, so that we would have a chance to research how well it's worked in other places that have used the same language. I think we'll find that it hasn't worked terribly well, but that's something that the research would show. And then the research would be available to everybody. So I mean, I think if the question is, do we agree that all three topics, or however many parts we want to parse it into?
I mean, it's really section by section. I mean,
yeah, but if we agree that they all ought to go back to the planning commission, then I personally think, although I think they're conceptually distinct and they might be eventually voted on differently, I think they can all be sent back at the same time, for review at the same time, for drafting at the same time, and hopefully for drafting with reference to one another.
Again, if others don't agree, that's fine, but I'll just put it out there. I think the approach that makes sense to me is to send Section 2 onto the Planning Commission, Section 1, send that to the HAC, receive feedback about it, and then make a decision at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is there a motion?
Well, I'll move to send all three of them back with the instructions, or with the expressed hope, or however we want to phrase it, that we would be involved with the Planning Commission in public hearings and in discussions before they pass something, before their meeting of June 9th. so that we can be involved in the drafting and then in focusing the drafting of it. But that all three of them go back right now.
I would second that.
And receive feedback from the hack?
Sure, absolutely. And yeah, that's a good point. I would specifically want to have the hack be involved, that we ask them for an expressed opinion, and that we receive that expressed opinion. And if the Planning Commission, well, obviously we can't tell the Planning Commission exactly how to do it, but if we tell them in advance that we're going to want to see what the hack does before we make a decision, I would hope that they would decide to be guided by the wisdom of including the hack's opinions. So with that, yes.
And I support that approach.
And I just, one comment, making sure that the Planning Commission is open to feedback as they would from any citizen, but I would change the guided by part. I just want them to give us the feedback they would normally give us from any feedback that they receive, with acknowledging that normally I don't agree with what they present. And just because of the affordable housing piece, as I said before. Okay, so there's a second. Any further comment? All right, please vote. There's somebody? Okay, so that carries 3-2.
Okay.
Well, and I think that conversation showed, though, that this is worth us discussing deeper. Like, there's a lot packed in there.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
All right, is there any other business? Okay, next up, we have the second matters by the public. Is there anyone here who would like to speak?
At 11:55.
I need a good 305 Second
The
Street.
microphone.
I have another affordable housing question. A month or so ago, became aware of a list of organizations or units or entities that provide subsidized housing. And I have a question. My understanding is that the subsidy on these organizations will run out in November. And my question is there any way, is it possible to know what will happen in November to the people who are subsidized? Will they lose their housing? Will they, I don't know. They're
Where did this list, where did the list come from?
I got it in the last HAC meeting.
Are you talking about a specific property?
So
These are properties, yes.
I think it may be, there's a number of low-income housing tax credit properties that will expire, yes.
So Midway Manor expires in November of 2021.
There's a long list.
Yes, and the list included public housing sites, Section 8 project-based voucher sites. So the Midway Manor affordability ends November 2021, but there is like a additional year of affordability that's on the back end that all LIHTC properties are required. So I reached out to VHA to see what we can do to start working on what we can do to ensure we don't lose that property in the future.
Well, that's Midway Manor, but there's a long list
Yep, and
of others.
that property was the soonest to fall off the list. The other items on that list are a little more protected because what was on that list was the public housing sites. So it includes each site.
They're little houses. With
Those little houses have received home funding. So since they received home funding for like a rehab project, then it has to be reported on that list because it was all federal affordability requirements.
Okay.
So that's why the little houses were on there as well.
Well, yeah, but they're little apartment buildings and
Yeah, that might also have like LIHTC or Section 8 project-based
Well, that's
vouchers,
what I'm
like
wondering,
crossings.
yeah.
Well, and those are all gonna be either the contract with the voucher administrator or a contract with the LIHTC, which is a 30 year plus
So you think
of
the
one.
people, your feeling is that the people will be able to remain in there?
We're gonna keep track of that list, and we're gonna be reaching out to all of the administrators. So if it's a VHA LIHTC, we're gonna be reaching out, see if they have reach funds available, or if they have a first right of refusal for a nonprofit to purchase the property, just so we are on top of it and no one falls through the crack.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Sales, you're the one that created that list.
I didn't create the list. I found the list and I started
Okay.
saying it around and keeping up with who's on there, what properties, where they're located.
Could you send
and
that
who
to
financed them.
us?
Yeah, I can do that.
And I just want to thank you for making sure that is a big
Yes.
attention item for us, because we deal meeting to meeting, but this is something over the next couple years that we need to start thinking about it playing for now, because the risk level varies. Some of them are owned by nonprofits, like Mr. Sales said, and have first order refusal, so there's not that big a risk. But there's a decent amount of them where the owner just wants to flip it to make a profit. They realize how valuable the land is, and there are properties like Midway Manor that in just a couple years could become all market rate, everyone displaced, if we don't plan for it now.
All right.
Good evening, just
Good evening.
barely. My name is Sheila Herlihy. I am a city resident living at 247 Shamrock Road. I am also on the Affordable Housing Committee with Impact. You referenced a letter you received. It was not from the HAC. It was from 3 coalitions, including Impact, Click, and Chalk. And I am happy to be a part of the group that sent that to you earlier today. Impact has been working on housing for 3 years, and from the get-go, we've known that zoning needs to be an important part of the changes that need to happen, and therefore we're glad to see staff taking the initiative and making these suggestions and movements. We are certainly excited to be part of the public comment moving forward, and hope that the middle density and ADU policies get approved. But for the zoning to work, we need continued funding and investment in affordable housing. In the current proposed budget that we heard about earlier this evening, that there are only $800,000 proposed for the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund. The $1.5 million in the fund in the current fiscal year, which ends in June, and $800,000 in the coming fiscal year, $0 in the CIP projected out the following 5 years. As Councilor Payne mentioned, we need $10 million to address the affordable housing crisis annually. And the $3 million for the HAC would do a lot to make the necessary changes. So I would encourage you to include that in your funding and budget deliberations in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Joy Johnson. I reside at 802A Hardy Drive. And I'm a little confused about what y'all just voted on back there, but it will become clear tomorrow. I'm pretty sure Mr. Richardson will, and John will make sure I realize it. But I thought that in the conception of the Housing Advisory Board, City Council appointed that committee or charged that committee with policies. And what we do is recommend to City Council, right? So City Council can vote it up or down, whatever it is that we recommend. Now, I think it was staff who was helping to do the allocation of money for the HAC. And somehow it was forced onto the Housing Advisory Committee to take that on. But it was operating at one point as just a policy thing. And then somehow with staff, it got forced on the HAC to be able to do that. And so it ended up doing 2 parts of it. So frankly, I don't really care or give a damn if you take that part away. But to disband the HAC sends a message back to the community that doesn't trust the city. Because right now you have community people on it, It's sort of transparent. We do deal with some policies. We are heavily involved in the comprehensive plan where, because you know, a lot of our folks don't participate in that. And we're slowly getting people to understand the importance of what a comprehensive plan is and the consolidated plan is. And to disband that and put developers, because I'm pretty sure that's probably what will go on there, developers on another committee who will decide something, send a different message, because we don't trust developers in this town. So I'm just saying, from what I understood, being that I was appointed to that from not you all, but the previous, we were a policy committee. That's what we are. So I was a little confused back there of why we have to create another policy committee. Take the charge away that we didn't ask for in the first place, which was the allocation. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Caetano. I'm with the Community Climate Collaborative. And I just want to talk a little bit about two topics that I heard tonight on many occasions: affordable housing and the request of the firefighters. Affordable housing, I think it's interesting when you see the two reports available about Charlottesville area talking about affordable housing, one of the TJPDC, one for the city. When you are talking about affordable housing, you have to define what you consider to be affordable housing or not. And usually it's related to a percentage of your income being allocated to housing costs. The housing cost includes energy costs, and right now there is a new tool provided by the Department of Energy called the Low Income Energy Affordability Tool, LEAD tool, and you can go to the tool and download tons of information about Charlottesville, percentage tract, and etc. And it's interesting that after doing some download, I was able to see that there is at least 1,000 households in Charlottesville that live with an energy burden, which is part of your money allocated to energy costs, energy burden of over 30% of their household income. 1,000 households, 4,000 households with 10% of their household income allocated to energy, 4,000 households. So when we are talking about housing affordability and the reports define more or less 30% of your income allocated to housing costs, if you have 4,000 households that have 10% of their income allocated to energy costs and 1,000 households that have 30%, you can just do the math that energy could be a part of the important part of the solution for housing affordability, especially for households that live here in the area and perhaps they cannot afford for upgradings in their homes, for keeping their homes in a good shape, energy efficient, and etc. So I think that creating new houses is definitely important, and when we are talking about the gap, yes, creating houses is important, but also is how can we make affordable things that are there. And then talking about firefighters, I just want to mention that I do have this climate perspective, so I try to bring everything to climate, but transportation. Charlotte's vehicle miles traveled in Charlottesville increases, and as somebody mentioned before, we have more cars in the city. I think it was Dr. Richardson actually that mentioned that. And that's something we are trying to avoid. Another positive consequence, perhaps, of less traffic is less accidents. So if we had a better public transportation system, perhaps we're going to have less accidents, and perhaps the firefighters are going to have more capacity to deal with the demand of accidents that they receive. So I'm just thinking think holistically, as we thought before, how can we solve these problems with creative solutions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Walt Heineke, I live in Amherst Street. I want the teachers to get everything they want. I want the police to get everything they want. I want the firefighters to get everything they want. All right, so don't take this the wrong way. But let's think about this. And I'm sure that they would all agree with me about this as well. Do we really want firefighters and police and teachers serving a community that's all white and upper class in 10 to 15 years? Because that's where we're headed. That's where we're headed. Is that what we want? I don't think they want that. I'm almost sure that they don't want that. So you have a lot of hard decisions to make going forward right now. And let's just remember where we started last year or in 2017, and Michael's already sort of laid this out. We have a 4,000 unit deficit or intervention deficit. The estimated cost is going to be somewhere around $150 million. That's $10 million a year, right? So where are we this year? And what I see is $800,000 in the CAF, and we really need $3 million in the CAF, and $1.5 million for CRHA, and we need another $3 million for CRHA. So I'm seeing a huge deficit here on a commitment that you've made through your housing advisory committee and through your housing study to fix this problem. So my question is how are we going to prioritize? And again, are we going to have excellent fire service and police service and teaching for an all-white community that's upper middle class? Is that where we're going to end up in 10, 15 years? Is that what we really want? And the decisions that you're making right now about the Affordable Housing Fund are those decisions that are going to impact the future. So it was 10 million last year. We need another 10 million this year, and you all know the score, right? So let's quit dilly-dallying around. And that's not the only part of this, right? Having an equitable city and a diverse city requires other supports besides for affordable housing, right? So that means that we need to have at least 1% of the Seville Police Department's budget in the CRB budget, and we're not there yet. You're getting there, but you're not there. In other words, we need to have money devoted to what we're going to do with the DMC study. We're going to need to drill down in the DMC study, and there's going to have to be funding for that study to figure out where the problem is. Is it in the police? Is it in the magistrate's office? Is it in the probation office? How are we going to figure out who's responsible and accountable for those things if we don't have money in the budget to figure out who's accountable, right? So these equity things have a lot of moving parts to them, and you know the score. On the last thing, what you just decided tonight, you're giving way too much discretion to a program administrator to figure out what units are to be categorized as affordable when they're actually not. So I understand that there's a problem with trusting some people on affordable on the hack. But the solution shouldn't be just to say all of the authority should go inside City Hall, because you've been there before and you've seen how that's gone wrong, right? So sort it out. Sort that tension out in a way that's equitable and fair. And I think asking the hack to bifurcate itself into a policy and a funding allocation would have been a simpler approach than what you did tonight. Just ask them to bifurcate themselves as a committee, right? You could have sent Section 2 on tonight, and you could have kept Section 1 for further discussion. And I think we would have been better served as a community if you would have done that tonight. Because what the signal that you're sending right now to the rest of the city is that you don't trust the public in terms of the input and in terms of engagement. So I'm sorry to say that at this late hour, but I hope you rethink what you did tonight. Thanks.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, meeting adjourned. Have a good morning.